Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. It is December 12th, and we are back. We're reconvening this morning from our recess. And at this time, we're going to go over some of our parking lot items, and I'll pass the floor over to administration to review these items.
Thank you. So, good morning, committee. Third day of budget deliberations, and we've gone through all of the kind of program descriptions, project descriptions, and now comes the, I don't know, the hard part, the work of debating anything that was added. I have 7 items that were not included in the draft budget that in operations that were discussed over the last 2 days. So I'd just want to touch on each of those. Washroom facilities at the bike park shared with the town, $120,000 project, county share of $60,000. And I'm going to get these up on the screen for you shortly. Cost shared revenue with Wetaskiwin, there when we did the actuals, went from $675,000 to $800,000, so there's an additional $125,000 there. A carry forward that wasn't known at the time that the budgets were printed for IT for $25,000 for RAM. Clearwater Library Board, $78,000 additional. Leslieville Cemetery expansion, $253,000, and these are just in 2026's year. Farrier Hall funding of $322,000, and the warming shelter for $37,000. There's also some revenues that weren't identified in the WUI program, but that was for 27, 28, and 29. So that will affect the amount being able to go into those restricted surplus accounts in a positive way for those 3 years. However, it won't have an impact on 2026. So the total impact of those operational changes is $900,000. And so that would decrease the amount going into restricted surplus by $900,000 if all 7 of those ended up in the operational budget. So I don't know if you want to talk about them first before we get into the capital changes, and if you want to go through them item by item, or it's entirely up to council.
If we could go through them item by item, and then would it be appropriate to have a council motion to move forward with these items if council wished to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll go through them item by item, and which...
So starting off with the washroom at the bike park. So that came through as a request from town administration after our binders are printed for, so county's cost share was $60,000.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that council...
Sorry, Jordan, we could do a motion at the end just saying as amended, so you don't have to motion each item individually, but if council can just give me a generality, are they in favor or not of those?
Yeah, that's why I was just thinking if we called a motion on each item,
okay,
and then we would be able to,
absolutely,
rather than, because there might be some items that the council doesn't choose or wish to fund. So rather than blocking them all together, we could do them item by item and
absolutely
make a motion on each
parking
lot item, just for clarity, because...
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so if I could just get the wording on the washroom facility for the bike park?
Yeah.
And it would be 60?
Addition to operations of $60,000.
Okay,
and all of these are funded through tax revenue because it's operational.
Okay, so...
Can we have a quick question first?
Oh, I can put a motion on the floor, or we can have a question, but we'll proceed with the question at this time, Councillor McKay.
Just a real quick question for clarity. Is that in our agreement with the town to 50% fund all recreational facilities in town?
No, but that is best practice. In the agreement, it says that each capital project is debated on its own merits. So depending on how the county wants to proceed on that, past practice has been that the county has cost shared 50%, but the agreement says that each capital project would be on a case-by-case basis.
I see.
Are there any other additional questions or comments at this time? Councillor Letwin.
So what's the total cost of this capital project for the bike park?
120,000,
120,000, they're asking for 50% then from the town?
50%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that council fund the request from the town of Rocky Mountain House for $60,000 for the washrooms at the bike park. Is there any clarity needed on the question or the motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried.
Thank you. The next one is the increase to the tax revenue cost share with the County of Wetaskiwin from 675 to 800. So that's an additional 125,000 required. And that is through an agreement with the Wetaskiwin County based on proper tax revenue in a boundaried area that is accessed through Wetaskiwin County.
Okay, if we could just have some clarity on that, just again on that parking lot item, please. Just
Yeah, so, there's a panhandle in Clearwater County that is only accessible through infrastructure in Wetaskiwin County. And there's an agreement that says that there's, and I don't know what the percentage is, sorry, I should have had that in front of me, that the county would revenue share whatever tax revenue is generated from that land that's accessible through Wetaskiwin County that's in Clearwater County.
Okay, I'm gonna, I think Mr. Emmons has some comments and
thank
some additional support to the item. Please, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. And just for council's information and background, this agreement was created by Municipal Affairs back in the day. The panhandle that Ms. Saran's talking about is actually in Ward 7 at the very far north end in the St. Denis area. So about 43 kilometers north of Rimbey. The gas plant actually is in Clearwater County, but all the infrastructure to access that gas plant comes through Wetaskiwin County. So Municipal Affairs required a revenue sharing agreement back in the day. That agreement was renegotiated, I want to say about 10 years ago. And that's what this amount is actually based on. So it was originally created by Municipal Affairs, mandated on Clearwater County to have a revenue sharing agreement, given the proximity of the plant. And all the infrastructure to that plant is actually not in our municipality. And it was updated, and that's what brings this item before council today.
Okay, so they would look after a lot of the maintenance and their road network to be able to access industry.
Correct, all
within
of it,
Clearwater County.
All of it,
Yeah,
100%, yeah.
Excellent, okay, thank
And
you.
we don't, and it's not 100% of the revenue, I think it's 50% of the tax revenue.
Okay, so, and the request on that amount again was,
125,000
and that was an increase from previous
from
years?
670, or 675 to 800,000. When we did the calculations just recently to forward their payment for 2025, it had increased, the tax revenue had increased in that area.
Okay, and the title on that parking lot item, what?
Cost shared revenue with Wetaskiwin County, Wetaskiwin County, sorry.
Councillor Letwin has a question or a comment, please, go
Yes.
ahead.
So the gas plant is, petroleum plant is in Clearwater County, that's correct?
Yes,
And so they pay taxes to us?
yes,
Yeah. Okay, this is for the road infrastructure then, transport in and out.
yes, is
Okay.
entirely in Wetaskiwin County.
Was this put in place initially just for the construction, or is there a lot of heavy loads coming in and out all the time?
I believe that it's for so that all of the traffic, not just heavy traffic, but all of the traffic has to access that plant through Wetaskiwin County.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
Residents as well have to ask, everybody has to, right?
In the boundary
Yeah.
that's drawn on the map for the tax revenue that's included in this, yes, anyone accessing those parcels of land,
Yes.
that plant is in there, but there's also other parcels.
Okay, I do have one question for administration. Do we have, or does Clearwater County have any other cost sharing or revenue sharing agreements with any other municipalities or neighboring municipalities?
I wouldn't really call it a revenue sharing. We do offer a grant to the town of Rocky for, and it's based on a formula for exempt properties within both municipalities, and there is a grant given to the town.
Okay, are there any other municipalities that would cost share or towards Clearwater County? Okay, none at this time. Okay, I'll make a motion that council approve the request for the cost sharing agreement with Wetaskiwin County. Would that motion, does that suffice for
They
administration?
increased the revenue sharing amount by $125,000.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion then that Clearwater County, or that council,
Approve the increase.
approve the increase of $125,000 to the cost sharing agreement with Wetaskiwin County.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, if there's any further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Thank
That
you.
motion is passed.
The next one is, it's a carry forward, so this one would not be funded through tax revenue. This one would be funded through additional surpluses from 2025, and it's additional RAM that the supplier was not able to supply in 2025 for IT, and it's $25,000. But because that has to get added into the expenditure budget in 2026, it requires an amendment to the 2026 budget.
Maybe we'll just move on to the next parking lot item at this time.
Sure. Clearwater Library Board is asking for an additional $78,000 on top of what was included in the draft 2026 budget.
Okay, I'll put a motion on the floor that council approve the request of $78,000 for the Clearwater County.
Additional $78,000.
Okay, I'll amend my motion again here. Make a motion that council approve the increase of $78,000 to the Clearwater County Library Board.
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Councillor McCauley.
This increase, they already have the funds likely for this because they didn't, return is the wrong word, but there wasn't a sharing with the Parkland Library Fund. So I'm not sure I don't know where the total balance is for the funds they do require. This is different, it's different now than, I guess, their initial request because they should have those funds.
Right. Their initial request was for $128,000. And now it's being reduced down to 78.
Sorry. No, their initial request was 53. And the 78 was so that they could that they could share that grant with the Rocky Library. So for 2026, 2025, they did not share that grant. There was emergent funding approved through council last meeting of $23,000. This 78 would bring their total ask up to that, whatever, 128? Yeah, so 50 is in budget then, does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, and then they would, because the initial 50 was that they would keep that entire parkland grant. and not share it with Rocky. So what they did was say that if they're cost sharing with Rocky, they would ask for an additional 78,000 from council.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of confusion on this agenda item, but Councillor Powell, please.
I'm totally confused, but they
Sorry.
didn't, no, it's not your fault. But they didn't cost share.
They didn't cost share in 2025, but what they're saying is they will 2026 if council will approve an additional ask of 78,000 to their 2026 budget.
Okay, so just so I have this clear, in 2025, they did not
They did
share
not.
the 46 to the town.
Right.
And now they're saying they will share it for 2026.
Yes, but they would require additional funds from Clearwater County to complete their programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor McKay.
Just to clarify the numbers, traditionally, we funded that library $50,000. Is that correct?
Do you know, Bettina?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh,
I was thinking it
we
was
we
less.
have further information here.
Ms.
Thank
Graham's
you.
joining us.
Thank you.
Ms. Graham, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Committee, I guess today, council. So traditionally, the Caroline Library would receive $30,000 and the Nordegg Library would receive $2,500. So $32,500 total is what it would be because those two libraries are now together.
Okay, so since amalgamation, now the new board is asking for 128,000 in total to replace 32,000?
Correct.
Was there additional funding from somewhere before on top of their 32?
There was not, so this ask is to also increase services, so they want to have a staff member in Nordegg for 15 hours a week, and then they also accounted for travel time there, and they would like to be double staffed in Caroline every day for safety reasons, and then they would like to increase their programming as well. So that's
see.
what they anticipated that.
Did they receive zero from the village then, Sid?
They didn't, in lieu of a grant, they received the maintenance on the building, which
Okay.
I believe it was $34,800. I would have to double check that, but it's in that range. So, and Clearwater County is now performing that maintenance as well, so it's
Because Clearwater County now owns the facility.
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
So we're also on the hook for that maintenance, and they're asking for a 400% increase in funding.
Correct.
Wow. It's hard to wrap your head around.
And also, if I may, just for the information, the budget line in the budget for Rocky is including half of that grant. So if the Clearwater Board was to get $128,000, they will share $46,000 with Rocky. But the $23,000 is included in the Rocky budget. So you could approve $82,000 for the Clearwater Board. They will receive the funding that they are requesting and not share the grant. And then the $46,000 is split between the town and the county, and everyone is fully funded. If that makes any sense.
We're getting there.
So essentially, the Clearwater Board has asked for $128,000, and they will then share $46,000 with the town library. So if you remove the $46,000 from that total, it's $82,000. And then they would keep that $46,000 from the provincial grant that wasn't shared this year. And then the Rocky Library would have a $46,000 deficit, which $23,000 would be covered by the county, $23,000 would be covered by the town, and they would receive all of their funding in total. And so would the Clearwater Board, because they would keep that grant.
So by doing it that way, the county is ahead 23,000.
Yes.
Yes, and everyone's fully funded.
Councillor, do you have any more questions or comments, Councillor McKay?
I'm still struggling to understand the increase isn't actually 400%. It would actually be 250%, I guess, but it just seems like a large increase.
Councillor Letwin.
When we discussed this prior, a young lady said that I made mentioned that the board should just get all together and work together as a library structure. And the young lady said, we're in the process of doing that, we should have it done in a month or two. So then the county library board or the Clearwater Library Board or one of these library boards would need this extra $30,000. Unless they plan on increasing their activities or something, that it seems convoluted all over the place here still. And within another month or two, seems like a bonus to me for, I don't know, thank you. Are they going to put them all together in 2026?
It will depend on the decision that the boards make, like they're not, Clearwater County doesn't mandate the library boards. They'll have to make decisions on
But we
their
have a Clearwater County Library Board though, right?
It's going to the intermunicipal collaboration committee at some point this year. And then it will go to the intermunicipal collaboration committee between the town and the county, and they will make a motion. I suppose they could make a motion to do nothing and it wouldn't go anywhere, or they can make a motion to bring it to either council, and both councils would have to agree, and then that board would be established. So they do have to have their budgets approved for this year because it will take some time, and then I guess if it happened partway through the year, those funds would be consolidated into one.
I think the reason for the increase still is that they want to increase their staffing at the library in Caroline. And it is unknown as to what they would need to staff that Nordegg library. It's historically been staffed by volunteers. There's been no payment to the staff at Nordegg, and the board does want to explore that, I think. But
Councillor Powell.
I don't think I quite understand this. 128,000 is what they're asking for. They had 32,500 last year. So that's a $95,000 difference. And didn't we just have to give Rocky $23,000 because they didn't share?
that was for 2025. So for 2026, they do, would include them sharing that grant. But they also,
They still have an extra $23,000 that they received in 2025, up and above
well, 46,
46. And then, but we're out the 23,000 because we gave it to,
we gave it to the town.
Yeah.
So we funded $23,000 more than we historically have.
absolutely. And so then we're on that hook for that.
Yeah.
Okay, I am getting it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sorry.
I just
Mr.
wanted to make
Hackett.
one more comment about because the board is now the Clearwater County Board and not the Village of Caroline Board. There is some implications on the regulations for having a certified librarian because of the size of the population. I think the cutoff is 5,000. So when they were the board for the village, they didn't have to have a certified librarian for their library, but because the board now encompasses Clearwater County's population, it's over that 5,000 mark, and they do have to have a certified librarian. How often, like what the tasks are, I am unclear, but that will be an additional expense because of the amalgamation.
You're right, Mr. Hand, the population's 10,000.
Yeah.
And they do have to have contracted professional librarian you're right. So there's additional staff. They don't have any janitorial staff there either, historically. When we did go through amalgamation discussions, there was a lot of concern brought forward that they did not want to have any interruption to services for the community and for the residents and families in the area. So I would support the increase in funding for the year to, amalgamation did create uncertainty. So to go, there's an option to reconsider again in 2027 after a budget review of the Clearwater County Library Board. But
Yes, I did not include this year over year. This is just for 2026.
right. Councillor McCauley.
I am trying to, how much money are they carrying forward from last year to 2026?
I don't have those numbers. 2025 isn't complete yet, and they don't have their financial statements completed, and I don't have any, I've not received a financial update from them.
What I have is they should have that full parkland funding from last year unspent, is just what I have, plus the $50,000 budget that we normally fund them is $125,000 total. unless I'm not following correctly.
Yeah, I haven't seen their 2025 numbers.
Ms. Graham, please.
So I'm just pulling it up here, but my computer is not wanting to. I do recall looking at their year-to-date. Obviously, we're not at the end of 2025, so they're not completely fulfilled those numbers, but everything was below budget. So I didn't see anywhere where that $46,000 was spent. That being said, I don't have the full financial picture, so I can't speak to whether that's being carried forward or I heard that it was spoken for or spent, but I don't have any facts to share with you on that, just the documents that were shared with me.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey, or, sorry.
No, I'm.
Council, do you have?
No,
Okay.
no.
Councillor Humphrey, please.
Yeah, this is really hard to wrap your head around. So if they have these existing funds and they are allocated, they're probably allocated to this year because they didn't have all this other expense. They haven't hired this full-time librarian yet, have they?
I don't think it's a full-time librarian that they need. It's a contract, like the Parkland board would supply in, I think, I'm not 100% sure about this, but they would give suggestions on a librarian that does contract work. And again, I don't know what the tasks are required for that librarian for a community over 10,000, but there are certain things the librarian has to do, if that's quarterly or monthly or, it's definitely not full-time.
I can share in the budget, it's contracted librarian services are allocated $4,000 for that. So that's what they're anticipating the cost to be.
Which seems a far cry from the,
78.
I've lost the total number they were asking because I've got 78 and they used to get 32.5. And they have 46 that they didn't forward on that should have been. Is there a, seems like we need to have some kind of control or more information on how this money is going out. Because there seems to be a whole bunch of money asking for plus unaccounted for. Is there a way to, like I understand we want our library to be able to function, is there a way we can allot so much at a time? This and ask because I don't know how we do this, where we could say, yeah, you know what, until we get more funding, we don't want you to be unfunded, but maybe don't feel comfortable with this. Was it 128?
We could pay it quarterly and have them do it, come to council again in the
That
first
would-
quarter in January and, or first quarter in 2026 and just talk about how 2025 finished up.
Yeah, I think something like that, then we're funding our library, but we're also keeping some, getting the information we need before we release it all.
Councillor McCauley,
You can do, okay.
you've got the floor right now, please.
Is there an option that we could fund this to the 120, that what they're asking for, but based on what they're carrying forward? Taking that off, is that an option?
Ms. Graham?
Council can choose to fund them to any extent that they like, so it's council's decision if they would like to do that. I guess I should say, I believe if they're not funded the full 128,000, they're not going to be sharing the grant, is sort of what was relayed to me.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor McCauley? No. Councillor McKay?
I'm just reviewing the budget that they brought to us last week, this week actually, at our last council meeting. I don't believe there was a representative from the Clearwater Library Board that attended. But it gets even more convoluted. They're showing a full funding of $120,000 in their revenue, along with $32,000 from provincial funding, bringing their total revenue up to $177,000 for an operating budget. They spend that entire amount and there is no transfer to the town in this budget.
Yes, they probably showed that incorrectly in that the grant from the parkland, or from the province is 70, can you remind me?
$78,770.
Yeah, so they're just showing their share, the 32,000. They probably should show the revenue of 77 and then an expenditure going out to Rocky, but they've netted that amount. They're just
see.
showing their share.
So, one last time, what was their previous operating budget in total? I think that's really the only way that we're gonna make any sense of this.
I have to pull that up quickly here. I will grab that for you guys.
I guess I'll offer a few comments on this. I would, for the services, the workload that the staff at the Clearwater previous Caroline Library, for the limited number of people that work there, they do a lot for the community. And even out of their own, one of the managers out of their own, they donated funds to purchase an AED to be able to put at the front door at the library in the hamlet of Caroline. So often there's been maintenance that's been neglected, whether it's carpet cleaning, air conditioning cleaning, or like the heating and ventilation system that has been delayed on maintenance and cleaning. So I do think that there's also an opportunity to request an audit if council chose, or again, reconsider in 2027. But those are just a few comments that Ms. Graham, please.
Thank you for filling the time for me there.
Yeah, you're right.
So the total budgeted revenue in 2025 was $79,375.
And that was just for Caroline?
That was just for Caroline, correct? Nordeg, I will have to pull that one up as well.
I think Nordeg historically has been just the 2,500 from Clearwater County.
As well as the provincial grant.
Oh, and the 2,500 from the provincial grant, so 5,000 total.
Around that.
Yeah, some of this funding would also be used to facilitate the library in Nordeg.
Yeah, the Nordeg Library will also have to have the librarian services because they're.
That's correct. So, I'd have to ask administration. Jana, did I put a motion on the floor? Okay, I'll put a motion on the floor that council fund the request of $78,000 to the Clearwater County Library Board.
The additional 78,000,
Okay, the additional $78,000 to the Clearwater County Library Board.
yes, thank you.
Councillor McCulley.
Just to clarify, that increases their budget so that's an increase from 50 to 125, and then plus the Parkland Library budget. So that would be a total of, if they kept the whole thing at just under shy of 200,000 a year.
Yes. 170.
Do you have any?
I guess just from my standpoint, I'm just trying to understand the budget. It is extremely unclear. Looking like actuals for this year, from what we fund, 50,000. If they kept the whole Parkland Library Board, that's 125,000. That isn't that what they were requesting? I'm just trying to follow. And what it's being spent on, I guess.
I don't think they hired any additional staff in 2025 or increased their hours, their staff. I don't know if they would require additional bodies, but they were requesting additional hours so that they weren't there by themselves.
Counselor Humphrey?
So if they get this total funding without us giving them additional, and then we fund, yeah, the numbers are bouncing around like crazy. So if they take the funding that would have come, so it doesn't come from Parkland
Comes from the
anymore.
province,
Comes from the
Yeah.
province, and that's how much?
77, just shy of the 78,000.
So I'll just round it to 78, so they get that 78, and their ask for us is
128 total.
128, and if we don't give them the 128, we give them the 78, then we're taking the 46 and giving it, cause that's what,
Well, we would
that's the
get-
portion that would go to the town?
46, yes, but the town did cost share that 50-50 with the county in 2025. And I believe that's the direction
So
that
really, they only have to give the town,
they would give the, if
But
they
that's-
didn't give the town the 46,000, then that 46 would be cost shared 50-50 between the town and the county.
but it didn't used to be cost shared between the town and county, it just came 46,000.
From the province, yeah.
And we don't have any control whether what if they just keep it again? Because they kept it last year.
That's consideration in the 2027 budget deliberations.
So a lot of this request for funding then is to improve the facilities that are in existence and improve the staffing, or increase the staffing and services, is that correct?
Staffing and services, and there's some unknowns that have come from amalgamation. Yeah,
Again, you could do a budget, you could do a budget adjustment after they came in the first quarter, if you choose, or up, or you could choose to do a budget adjustment, like approve this amount and doing a budget adjustment down if the 2025 financials came in that they had a surplus. I do think we will want to, or council will want to request a delegation once they have their financial statements for 2025, just to see where they're sitting and again, explain the increased services that they're requiring or asking for.
Councillor McKay?
With the lack of willingness shown from this new board to work with the town, I share Mr. Humphrey's concern that there is no guarantee that those funds will get to the town. In fact, I believe that they will not get to the town. I don't understand the complexities between these two boards, but I believe approving this entire budget puts the county taxpayers at risk for an additional 23,000 on top of this total to top up the funding for the town when they get shorted, when they do not receive this 46,000. I just want to express that concern.
Councillor McCauley?
I just want to say the library in Caroline is extremely important, and I don't want to underemphasize the work that they do. But approving a clear budget, and so we know where the money is being spent, I think is equally as important. I would agree with Deputy Reeve McKay's comments that I don't believe that they will share, if something comes up, will they share the funds? If it hasn't, like they've said they were going to share the funds for the last couple meetings, and then when they got into the meeting on Monday, they were very adamant that there was no sharing unless we agreed to increase our funding to them. So I don't know.
There could be, council could hold back funds from them until they sent the funds to the town.
Ms. Curran, please.
Council also has the option of approving that $82,000 and they keep the grant and they receive the full $128,000 then too. So then it's just, sharing is just not even in the question. The town gets their funding through the county and the town pending approval from both obviously. And also something in the budget I would like to point out for council is that according to their budget, the $128,000 is all going to Caroline. None of it's going to Nordeg. So it's all under the revenue for Caroline. So I don't know, I'm not involved in those decisions, I don't know what that means, if that was unintentional or intentional, but that's just something I feel is important council knows. And I also have the total income for Nordeg in 2024, and it was $4,370.65 is what I'm reading. It's mixed with the Nordeg Community Association one, so it's a little tricky, but I believe that's the correct number.
Ms. Serhan, I have a question.
Yeah.
Audit requirements, there seems to be quite a bit of concern about funding. Audit requirements for the Clearwater County Library Board.
They are a society on their own, so they have a little different rules than a public municipality. So they have what's called a, help me Marie, is it a review engagement? Or,
I don't know.
I think,
Typically, a societies are required to submit audited statements. Or, in the past, what I've seen, unless the legislation has changed, is they can have one of the members assure the validity of the statements, which is very far from a third-party audit. So I'd have to review the legislation currently, but typically in my experience, when I was auditing, we audited every society that was a client of ours and rendered an opinion on the fair presentation of those statements. And as a municipality, I would strongly support we ask for audited financial statements.
And we could, that would be an option for council to request an audit for maybe the 2026 year, like later on, if we chose.
I would even suggest considering making sure you get that for 25.
But this funding request would be for 2026. So we
Yes.
could audit
yeah,
what
yes,
what these dollars were spent on.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'd even go back and to help support your decision on 26 funding.
Yeah.
I would suggest you want to see an audited financial statement for 25. as
Yeah,
well.
so that's an option here, like if, I mean, funding is, but there's also, like if, if it's not funded, there's the risk to the community to have reduced services and reduced amenities for the community as well. Councillor Humphrey.
So I'm thinking this around, and I think if their ask is for the, basically, it comes to the 78 and 100 and 128, we got 196,000 total if I'm wrapping my head around it, right? And they're going to, if they got all the funding and if they got the ask, they would give the 46,000 that was actually allocated for Rocky previous years, to Rocky. But so, to simplify things, if we went ahead and did our share of funding them minus the 46,000, then they get the Clearwater County Library Board would get the 100, what are they getting from the province, 78? Or 120?
No, they get 77, 8.
So if we let them have that and just take that out of there, and then we fund the library board to the tune of the 46,000 that, and they don't have to give it to them, we just take it and give it to them. And I don't think it's right that we 50% that like we did in 25, because that money should have come from the grant and gone directly to the Rocky Library. So if I'm getting this correctly, in my head, then there's 46,000. We just don't give them 46 and we give it to Rocky. Takes out, where is it going? We know where it's going because we're directing it. And that grant money just goes directly to them and then everybody's happy. Does that not work?
Everybody's
It's still the
comments.
same money, except we're not wondering, are they gonna go, or we should keep it? We just hold back that and give it to Rocky instead, and then it's.
I'll add to, I guess the Clearwater County Library Board was only officially formed in October of 2000, this year, for the organizational meeting for public member appointments and so on. That was in October. Okay, and the previous board members, there's quite a massive turnover
Yes.
on the entire board. So it's relatively new to everybody. I can't say that there's a long-term history of experience that sits on the newly formed Clearwater County Library Board. So it's very new to everybody there, or the large majority of them. Councillor Powell.
I can share everybody's concerns and I can understand it. The hard part is this is only funding for 2026 and we're trying to vote on something that we don't really know what the costs are gonna be. I'd be shocked if the Clearwater County Library Board didn't do their due diligence with the money and show us, because when they come back in 2027, the option to get funding could be no. Right, so it's another way to look at it. I'm not saying that I don't agree with all of you guys, but I mean, this is just for 2026, we're giving them money. If they don't do what they're supposed to, come 2027, I guess the answer is no, you're not gonna be funded. And I do agree that they do need to have an audit done for each year, but it's just another way to look at it, right? You won't get funding, but it is a library and it is something that is used, you know, well in that area, and I would hate to see it not get funded. But I also think that we do have the opportunity in 2027 to say, you didn't do what you're supposed to, now you don't get funding from us. So, just an idea. It's just another way to look at it.
Councillor Humphrey.
And I get that. It's just all I'm not saying not fund them. I'm just saying take that where they're gonna take and possibly give that 46,000. Just take that right out of the equation. Fund them minus the 46 and we fund it to the Rocky Library. And well, except it wasn't half, because when it comes from the province, that was their share. They got 46. We didn't give half. The province gave them 46. Am I missing something there? That went to the library board, and then the library board, Parkland Library Board back in the day, took 46,000 of that 78 and gave it to Rocky. And then the Caroline at the time split that out. Now that 46,000, that all came from the province, not from the county. And then last year, or just recently, we shared that cost with the town because the provincial money did not get forwarded to the library board, the Rocky Library Board. Am I correct? You're trying to follow this through, and I think that's what happened. And then, so because that provincial money didn't get there, then the town of Rocky and the Clearwater County subsidized that shortfall in a 50-50. But that wasn't the way it was intended. It was intended to be 46 from the province.
Right.
Correct?
Some of the hesitation from the board, from what I've gathered, is the effects of amalgamation. There's so many uncertainties going forward. So they were, but that is an item that can be clarified in the future going forward. But there's just it's a new board, and there's many uncertainties that come with amalgamation, but it was very clear that the services wanted to be maintained or upheld, but definitely not reduced. And Councillor Humphrey, do you have more comments?
All I'm going is if we take that other, we know where it's gone and what's been done. We're not chasing it, where if it's held and then we have to 50-50 it again. So we'd be giving the 46 plus another 23, which I don't think is right.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Letwin.
Yes. So you were saying that there's a new library board and they're trying to get their feet wet? Is that correct?
They're all, yeah, it's
No, okay.
it is very new board.
Manager Sherhan, you mentioned that we could do this in quarters instead of up front.
Yes, we could.
So obviously they got their initial 100% funding before the extra. That should last them for the first quarter, and they can come forward with a balance sheet and, I had the right words, mission statement or whatever, what their plans are and what they need the extra money for, and detailed plan to council, and perhaps in 3 months, because they've got their basic money.
I don't
And then we
know,
can-
yeah, I don't know when
Does
the
it work that way or
province.
no?
Yeah, I don't know when the province funds that, but, yeah, I think, their year-to-dates, kind of indicate that they would have some cash, and if we forwarded their first quarter, you know, with the first week of January to make sure that they had something to move forward until they made decisions and came back to council, for sure we could do that.
And that might give us, or them time to amalgamate these boards and come up with a proper structure for future funding and moving forward. Just throwing it out there.
Ms. Gray.
So another option as well, speaking with COMs here, these boards, we cannot dictate where they send their money, but we can put stipulations on us releasing funds to them, sort of a thing. So we could create an agreement with them that when the funds are shared with the Rocky Library Board, that we can release our funds, type of a thing. Am I understanding that, speaking to that correctly?
Mr. Emmons.
So just to give the strategic planning committee another option, where you can feel security dealing with Clearwater County taxpayer dollars. It is common to put an agreement in place when any funds leave these walls. They are an external body, we have no authority over them, but the same can be said for the town of Rocky. And we have agreements with them when funds go to the town of Rocky, there's an expectation they get spent for a certain purpose. An agreement can be drafted up that, given the dollar amount requested, they would have to enter into an agreement that the appropriate funds be distributed to the Rocky Library Board and Nordeg prior to releasing our funds. If an agreement like that would give security.
So we could have that as a motion. Would that be an appropriate motion at the committee table or the council table when we're officially in council? Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. As this is strategic planning, it would be a recommendation to council. All these motions would be. This isn't the authority of council, so it'd be a recommendation too.
So we could have a secondary motion to direct administration to draft a funding agreement between, with the Clearwater County Library Board. Okay. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. I'm gonna call the question soon, but no? Councillor Powell, do you have any comments? No? Councillor McCauley?
I just wanna bring it to everyone's attention, the Rocky Library, their budget, their total revenue is $514. Funding this would be $200,000, like, it's I understand the work they do, but it's a significant increase, and we do need some sort of controls on where the money is spent. I have no problem funding the group with, I understand the importance of it. It's making sure that the money is being spent correctly. So I would support any amendments that add controls, and maybe even making sure that the money goes to the Rocky Library Board ahead instead of relying on a different group to do so.
Okay, so right now we, Jana, would you mind just bringing up the motion that we currently have on the floor?
Good morning, and thank you, Reeve Northcott. I'm going to try my best because we have a couple here. So do you want the secondary or the primary?
The primary motion at this time,
Okay,
please.
so this is the only one that's on the floor, is that the committee recommends that council approve the request of an additional $78,000 to the Clearwater County Library Board.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that is a tied vote, and that is defeated. I'm going to make a second motion that council direct administration to create a funding agreement between the Clearwater County Library Board and Clearwater County. Is that appropriate? Mr. Emmons?
Can you provide details to that agreement? What do you want it to state?
Yeah, because right now there's no funding agreement or in place at all, correct? Okay. And it would be a draft that would come back to council for consideration? So we could make amendments if we chose in the future? Okay, thank you. Motion is on the floor. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Okay. Ms. Graham, please.
Can I just confirm with council what sort of checks and balances you would like to see in that agreement? So I'm hearing the $46,000 is sent to the town prior to receiving the funding. Maybe some more thorough documents,
Councillor
plans?
McKay.
At the risk of convoluting all this, maybe there is a motion that the committee could make that would satisfy the entire committee before we proceed with the extra work for administration. Would it be possible to put forth a second motion on this topic?
We can add more motions, yeah, absolutely.
With respect to the previous motions, I would motion that committee consider funding the library, the Clearwater County Library Committee, Society, Board. The amount that they're asking minus the $46,000, so they still receive their funding, and the town and the county would deal with topping up the Rocky Mountain House Library. That's not really a motion.
That's Ms. Graham, please.
I can provide some numbers for clarity if you like. So it would be $82,000, the $128,000 less the $46,000. And then the cost sharing between the town and the county would be $23,000.
Well, let's just leave that out of it. The town and the county will address that at a later date. Let's not convolute this motion, let's just.
Sorry.
So I guess the motion would read, I recommend that council fund the Caroline Library $82,000, or sorry, the Clearwater County Library Board $82,000, and the Clearwater County Library retains the $46,000 rather than sharing with the town of Rocky. Then there's no requirement for a funding agreement. They're separate entities. If they decide to come together at a later date, so be it, but that gets this dealt with.
It doesn't make it, sorry. So we're gonna fund the Clearwater County Library Board, but we just had discussion that we were concerned about funding the Clearwater County Library Board because there is no funding agreement in place, but now we're gonna fund the Clearwater County Library Board to not have a funding agreement in
I
place.
think the concern of the committee that voted against, I believe, was that that money may not get to the Rocky Mountain House Library, whereas this motion just negates that transaction altogether. The funds stay with the Clearwater County Library. They're fully funded. There is no transaction between the county and the town libraries. As Mr. Humphrey was alluding to.
So there's no concerns then, so there would still be no funding agreement in place.
But I believe the funding agreement was between the two library committees, though, was it not? Or was it between the
No.
county?
No, it was between the county to be able to fund the Clearwater County Library Board, because the dollars would be coming from Clearwater County to the Clearwater County Library Board. So there would be, the motion was to draft, that administration would draft an agreement, and then we could put specifications in that agreement between Clearwater County and the Clearwater County Library Board. It really had nothing to do with the Rocky Mountain House Library Board. Counselor, oh, sorry, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, so if that's the case, we would still need the $78,000 because then you would be sending 46,000 to the Rocky Library and the balance to the Clearwater Library Board. So it still would, so you'd have to have two motions then, I guess, to increase the Caroline Library Board by the amount of the 78 less the 46, and then a motion for 46, additional 46 to the Rocky Library Board.
Okay, well, everybody's getting lots of discussion about libraries. Oh, lots. We'll have some more discussion here, and then we're gonna take a short break, but Ms. Powell, please go ahead.
If the funding agreement did take place, that would be somewhere where we would put in an audit requirement, correct?
Mr. Hagan.
That's what I would suggest, but to be honest with this committee, I don't have an understanding of what the incorporation status of this library board is. The prior Caroline Library Board was controlled by the Village of Caroline and their results were incorporated and consolidated into the village's financial statements. I have no information to share with you as to how they're actually structured, who appoints their board, what their legal status is. So I think we need to review that in order to determine what might still need to go into an agreement.
Okay, thanks. But
Sorry.
it would, if you had all that information, it would be appropriate. This is the area where it would be appropriate, right, in the funding agreement?
If not covered somewhere else, then yes, I would say it should be.
Okay,
included
thanks,
into
that's
that.
just what I need to know, perfect.
Absolutely.
If I'm not mistaken, the Clearwater County Library Board was organized and appointed by Clearwater County Council at the organizational meeting in October.
I wasn't sure, like, did you appoint all of the members or just a member of council to that board?
The public members were appointed by council.
Okay, so,
So-
yeah, I wasn't sure about that.
So there's information within this organization on how that board was formed. Mr. Hagan.
So if that is indeed the case, I would suggest that Clearwater County controls that entity. It is not a separate legal entity per se. This county controls it, so has the ability to dictate requirements. So I think that needs to be further explored and defined and communicated. Potentially, yeah. So we need to confirm all of that.
Alrighty, we'll take two more comments and then we're gonna take a 10-minute break here. Councillor McKay, please.
Due to recent information, it was stated earlier that the county would have no control over how the Clearwater County Library Board spent their money. That was administration's opinion. Is that no longer the case? Does Clearwater County have control over how these dollars are spent?
Mr. Hagan, please.
As I stated, that needs to be confirmed. I stated if Clearwater County appoints that board, that gives Clearwater County control over that board. It's not a distinct separate legal entity.
Okay,
I can't tell you a solid answer today. I don't have the information in front of me. But those are the things that need to be confirmed. Does control exist?
in that case, I'm gonna withdraw my previous motion until there's further clarity on this issue.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if this is relevant because bounced all over the place, but when the province gives the money to the library board, if that's exactly how it's done, it bypasses the council correctly, and the county, it goes directly to the library board, is that correct? So it's two totally separate funding, province to the library board, and then they're asking the county for money as well to go in there. And I believe the big concern is because of the past, how to word this, the past record of the new board not forwarding on the funding that was supposed to be forwarded on to the Rocky Library Board. And that's creating some concern that would, and it's kind of been expressed that they wouldn't be, if they needed it somewhere else, they wouldn't forward it unless we gave them this full amount. Seems like somebody's holding a gun to your head to make you give me this or we won't give this, right? That doesn't sit right with me. Don't come and ask for something and then put a gun to my head.
I guess yeah, so no, amalgamation has not only created, challenges for the new board, but it's also created challenges right here at this table as well when we have funding requests. But at this time, we'll take roughly a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 20 after 10. welcome back from our break. And we're going to move on to our next parking lot item, and I'll hand the floor back over to Ms. Serhan.
So the next item that was talked about that wasn't included in the draft documents is the Leslieville Cemetery expansion. And I believe the overall project was 411, but for 2026, the amendment would be an additional 253,000.
Okay, discussion or a motion? Okay, I'll put a motion on the floor that the committee recommend to council approving the $250,000 funding request to the Leslieville Cemetery for the 2026 budget year.
253?
That's correct, 253,000. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed.
Okay, the next one, farrier funding, 322,000.
Okay, so Farrier Hall, and their request was 322,000. 322,000.
With an agreement saying that if they were successful for their CFIP, they would repay 125,000.
Okay, discussion or a motion, questions, comments? Councillor McCauley.
My concern with this is the county has spent about just under $500,000 on this project with zero ownership. There is no guarantees that this will 100% finish the project. Like, they could start spending and building, but would it finish? I don't know. There's no guarantee, like there's nothing in place, sort of like the last time we were debating. This is goes a little further, where we've put more money into it and no oversight, no ownership.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, and I was looking at the funding on that, for that, and they had, it was broken out into some projects that could be put on hold. And I think that come to the tune of $77,000 is what I was looking at. So if we took that 77 off of that, it'd be like 245,000 with the, and if they get the grant, we'd get 125 of that back, so we'd be looking at funding $120,000. And I believe the $77,000 items that they had in there are things, and even as I said, that's things they could do in the future, and they could do that through fundraising and that kind of thing. The big ticket item was the septic field as opposed to the holding tank. I think that was like a $50,000 item, but there was some concrete pad and stuff out front that they could get by and function without immediately, I believe so. I think that makes it down to where it would make it feasible to get it finished before their costs went up any further and stuff. But that's minus that 77, I think would be a good place to start.
Okay. Councillor Powell.
This is a question for administration. How many halls are there currently in community halls in Clearwater County? 18? Thanks. So if there's 18 halls in Clearwater County, has anybody ever come forward with an ask like this before? Just for some history?
No, this ask is different than the others in that the work started before there was a discussion with the county. I think in all the, there have been asks by other community halls, but it's always been like prior to any work being done.
Okay, and I guess, so there are currently halls that do need more maintenance or things done to meet fire codes, et cetera, correct? And so if we do this for one hall, there could be an ask from multiple other halls. Would that be safe to say?
There are already asks in the queue.
In the queue, that's what I figured. So I just think we need to think that we are setting a precedent when we do it for one, and I just want to make sure that we're aware that there are 18 other halls that could ask for this as well. So just, I'm not sure what the right answer is, but just going forward with, I guess it'll have to be done at a council meeting. We need, with some direction on when people, groups, organizations are asking for money, that there is some detailed financial, there's a word, I have it written down on my notes back here, but a procedure that's being followed for when we're giving money. I'm not sure what the best procedure is, where they have to come in with the receipt or whatnot, but handing over lump sums of money to organizations, I'm not sure the taxpayers are gonna be happy if we're giving out $300,000, $400,000, $200,000 without some kind of detailed accountability for that. Just my thoughts.
Councillor Humphrey.
And I believe this isn't the first ask. I think there's been asks before for not specifically for this one, but for this one as well as other halls have already. I think it's Brian or Councillor Powell. I think that is something that's been going on for a number of years, has it not?
For a few years. I'd say this is within the last 5 that there's been substantial asks from the community hall associations. Prior to that, the only funding from the county was for their liability insurance for their boards. I would say since COVID, there's been multiple, the service level increase in that area.
Yeah, so we wouldn't be setting a precedent, it's already been set. As far as funding halls goes, the county has been funding halls for a few years now.
I'd say renovations, not necessarily a full build.
Okay.
So if I get this right, if other community halls chose to remove the current structure and then start construction on a new structure without any kind of funding agreement in place, then come to Clearwater County with funding requests, I think that's the precedence that Councillor Powell's referring to. Is that correct?
I think so. We need to have some kind of reporting requirements. That was the word that I was looking for, reporting requirements. But I agree with what you're saying, that the halls need help. I'm all for community halls. And I think that it's great, but we have to be careful if we are funding a new build. For one, there is the chance that multiple other will, and whether that's that we create a surplus account going forward for halls, I'm not saying that's not. I just think that if we do this for one, it does set a precedent. And I'm gonna go out on a branch here, I'm not 100% sure, but this is the one that's requested the most money thus far, I would believe, and to tune of almost $300,000 so far. And I'm not saying not to fund them, but I think that we need to look at the other 17 halls, right? Is this gonna be coming forward? And if it is, do we need to have a surplus account, going forward, because it could happen, right? That was my thought.
Councillor Letwin.
As the Farrier Hall build, acquired any other funding from the county? Or is this the first time they've asked for funding?
Yes, there's been multiple asks. In 2025, the county supplied $200,000 towards their construction and $23,000 towards course of construction insurance. And then prior to that, there was smaller amounts.
Small amounts. So they've been asking for money ever since the beginning of this build, is that correct?
I would say not at the beginning, but, because I think they started in 2016, but I think the asks started a few years ago for sure.
Right. Do we have a total on the balance sheet up to date?
I think that's something that the hall supplied during their delegation.
They have already received funding from the county.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, we have
looking at it right here, but do you wanna know how much we've given or how much they've spent?
How much we've given, up to this point?
227,500.
Plus the course of construction insurance wasn't on there.
Oh, right, it's roughly 300,000.
300,000, they're requesting another total of 300,000. That's,
Do you have any more questions, Councillor Levin?
thank you. Thank you.
Councillor McKay?
Who was the owner of the previous hall?
I believe Clearwater County owns the land and the Hall Association owned the building.
Okay. No, the Hall Association, did they approach the county for funding or for assistance to repair the existing hall? Or did they just begin the tear down and then ask for funding?
Not that I'm aware, but maybe someone else around the table.
Oh, that,
Mr. Evans, please.
Thank you. There has been no contact that we're aware of, Deputy Reeve, with Clearwater County.
what I'm alluding to is that maybe the county's expertise could have saved the old hall and saved taxpayers nearly $1 million. Well, $500,000, sorry. And also, I'd like to add that whether it was confusion or not, when they were here previously for their delegation, they stated that they did not have enough funds in their account to meet the required funding for the CFIP account for the matching funds. They've since provided information to us that they indeed do have the funds. They actually had considerably more cash on hand than they notified us of at the meeting. They have approximately 135,000 according to their documentation that they provided.
Maybe they got their casino money then?
It was cash on hand is how it's,
They did say in the meeting that they had participated in a casino fundraiser and they, at that point, they said that they hadn't received that funding, so maybe they have since received it, I'm not sure.
yeah, it says building checking account.
Yeah, I'm sure that's where the
So there's-
casino funds would have
There's a
gone.
building savings account and a
Oh.
building checkings account.
Okay,
So their total cash on hand is $138,359.
okay.
At their delegation, we were led to believe it was 95,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure of their financial transactions, like if they owe anybody money out of that, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I just, at their delegation, when Mr. Anderson was here, he did state that they did have funding available when they initially started, but as time went on and the inflation and COVID inflated all the construction costs. Also with the repairs to the old hall, we had the pile of debris where the floor was heaving in the windows and the repairs were going to be quite substantial. Has there ever been any inspection reports that are for electrical, building codes? Have we had any official reports from any official inspection agencies regarding the structure?
Hello again. There have been some reports that we have received. I haven't reviewed those in a few months, so I would have to, I can't share exactly what was in them, but everything on those reports was up to code. So I don't know if that answers what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. I was just wondering to continue to, if there's funding distributed to the organization, but yet the building doesn't meet. My concern is that if it might not meet code requirements and the continuation of construction continues, but yet it's delinquent, the possibility, and I'm not saying it is, but if there's a possibility of delinquency or not being able to meet the requirements of maybe an electrical report or a gas fitting or plumbing or structural report, then that money would have been invested into a structure that maybe won't be able to get proper insurance or, it might not be able to be a usable structure for the community if it can't meet those requirements. So, Ms. Graham.
We can request all up-to-date reports for the council meeting that the financials will be brought to. If that would give council some help in this decision.
That's for consideration, thank you. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, regarding your structural reports here, I'm looking over their expense sheets, one thing or another. I see no fees for inspectors, building inspectors, electrical, plumbing inspectors or anything. And also it was mentioned that they put in a holding tank for the sewer, but they haven't gotten to the lagoon yet, or not the lagoon, the field yet. And from my understanding, unless something's changed, I thought fields had become illegal, that they have to use a different type of system, sewer system now, but that's just rumor I've heard.
Okay. Councillor McCauley.
Based on their spreadsheet, that even if we supplied them the money, they still wouldn't have enough to complete the project. And in their list, they have things like furniture, tableware. What's the minimum could we ask or provide them the minimum amount of funding so that they're able to get their grant, so that they're able to resume construction on it? And this is sort of a problem they've entered themselves into and being thrown on our shoulders. I don't know the proper way to address this, because if we don't fix or help them with this, the hall eventually, if they don't finish it, will fall on our shoulders to do something with. It's on our property. But it's like, even the request isn't enough to finish the build. I don't know. I'm really not sure what to do with this at all.
I guess, also, I just wanted, one of, something that it was noted is that they were turned down for their CFIP grant, their last application, and I don't know if it was just because they didn't have the funding, or if, they've already received 2 CFIP grants for that.
Lack of progress.
Yeah, lack of progress, but I don't know, just something to consider.
Ms. Graham, please.
This is kind of a question for Mr. Han. Can this decision be made in the new year and council can have more information? We can bring all of the inspections to them, all of the financial information the association's submitting to us, and they can have more information for this decision?
It could, but I think the reason they brought it forward was because they were wanting to apply for that CFIP grant in January. If it's showing that they have enough funding to show their contribution, and they don't require funds from Clearwater County, for sure. I guess that would be the risk, is that if they miss the January application date, and I don't know if it's mid-January or end of January, the application date deadline, then the next one is June, May? May.
Councillor McKay.
That's correct, Mr. Hen. I recall from their meeting that the date was actually December 31st, I believe.
Oh, December 31st.
That they wanted to have the CFIP grant application submitted. So to that, I don't know if a motion needs to be made or more of a recommendation for further discussion, but would it be acceptable to council or to this committee if we provided an equal amount of funds as the grant to ensure that regardless of where their current financial situation is, because it seems to be an unknown, they would have the matching funds in order to get the grant. And then we put the onus on the committee to move this project forward. Wait, it's 125 to match it because clearly they don't have a good grasp on exactly what they have in the bank. Please.
Councillor Powell.
What happens, so we say we give them the money so that they have them, like I agree with what you're saying, the $125,000. That makes sense to me, but what if they don't get the grant? How do we get the money back?
Maybe a donation, then that's what they get instead of the full amount.
Okay.
Councillor Humphrey.
Yeah, and in looking at the numbers here, I agree with Councillor McKay. If we fund them the 125, they get the grant for 125, that gives them 250. They've already got over 100,000 in their account. That should give them very close to having enough, minus their 77,000 for the stuff that they said they could, how did they, possible deferred items. The items they could defer are a total of 77,000, so that would give them enough to finish their project. I do believe, just from the numbers we're talking, if we were to fund them 125 and use the funds that they have, and if they get the grant. Seems like a good idea.
Councillor McKay.
I think we've probably got a motion to move forward with here, if I may, Reeve? or
Oh,
Chair.
absolutely. Yeah, please.
I would make the motion that council supply $125,000 to the Farrier Hall Board,
Community Association.
Association, my apologies, to match the requirement for the CFIP grant. Anyone wish to speak to that motion?
Councillor McCauley.
Should we be putting on any requirements to report back on progress?
Certainly could make an
With-
additional motion to that, or would you like to add to that?
I'm just trying to think of like, what sort of controls could we put on that if what's considerable construction, because that amount doesn't finish the project still.
Was there,
I believe with the cash they have on hand and the grant and this funding, it would get it to a useful state.
was there, was there a motion for financial reporting at the last, after the delegation? Yes?
Yes, they've
Okay.
already sent some and they're just working on finishing up the rest.
Okay.
Then I believe Deputy Reeve McKay's motion would be sufficient.
Would you be open to an amendment or an addition to that motion? Just along with your motion and stating that with the condition that the current structure meets all current building codes.
Yeah, I assume that it does, but you're right, that should be part of it. Because, yeah, we shouldn't be funding a building that isn't.
If it's not gonna meet codes and it's not a usable building after and we funded it, it really should, there should be inspections and there should be,
Yeah, there should be progress inspections being done by IGD or somebody.
that's right. Would you be open to that or accept that amendment or
Absolutely.
addition to your motion?
I accept that amendment to the motion.
Okay. I'll give Jana just maybe a couple of seconds here. Would you be able to just repeat that motion for the committee?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. That the committee recommend council fund the Farrier Community Association $125,000 to match the requirements of the CFIP grant in the 2026 operating budget, with the condition that the current structure meets current building codes.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those All those in favor? And that motion is passed.
Okay, the next one is, and I don't, excuse me, I didn't make proper notes. I just have warming shelters. So was there an addition of 37,000 required, or did you not have budget for the warming shelter? I don't. So there's nothing in the current, so that's why I have this on here. Okay, so $37,000 ask from the warming shelter for 2026.
You have a good idea.
Counselor McCauley.
I would recommend, or I would like to discuss this matching what the town of Rocky Mountain House does, where it has a certain threshold for temperature. It's basically mimicking how they do it. So I guess if everyone's good with that, I'd make a motion that I need the proper wording, because I don't remember the dollar amounts that we were talking about either.
Counselor Humphrey.
I believe the town was funding to a max of $20,000 based on that threshold, cold weather threshold. I believe that's what it was, and
So much per day that the temperature dropped below a certain amount?
yeah,
Is that
I
right?
think it was $300, was it not,
Okay.
per day?
Ms. Graham.
I'm just pulling it up to confirm that does sound correct to me, and I know it was below -20, so I will just find that here in my notes and confirm that with you.
Counselor Powell.
It's just procedural. Maybe administration can answer it for me, or somebody can answer it for me. It would have to be during a council meeting that I would make a motion for reporting requirements for various levels of funding moving forward for different organizations. Is that correct?
Ms. Graham.
I can comment to that. So we do for the large capital, well, any capital now that comes out of community or ag, we do have a capital funding agreement, and right in that agreement, it says that they have to report. It doesn't have specifications, but we can request reporting. So
And
it's,
is there a dollar figure that has to be before that reporting has to happen?
no, so it's just upon the county's request.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Graham. You said there was a capital funding agreement, but this request would be is it more of an operational request?
So I would look at it as a capital grant. We may have to change the wording though.
Yes, it's operational cost for the county, but it might be a capital. But it could be for any operational agreement. I don't know how the agreements are worded for, let's say, the operational dollars that are sent to the halls. I don't know if there's reporting requirements there. I know there is requirements for them to submit financial statements.
They are required to report on where the fund the year prior is.
Yeah, yeah, so it's not just capital, it's operating also.
So, but we're on the warming shelter.
No, but I think counselors,
For any, I just
Oh,
keep
yeah.
looking at all of these for the warming shelter for any of them.
yes. Yes.
Counselor McKay.
Just to get back to the warming shelter, it appears that the town of Rocky was a maximum of 20,000. And I believe the temperature cutoff was -20 degrees.
Yeah, and does it have a daily amount there? Counselor McKay, is it $300?
Ms. Graham.
I finally found it. It is $300. I apologize
Thank
for
you.
that delay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so Counselor Powell? No comments, okay. further discussion or a motion? Ms. Graham?
I guess for council's information, it was approved for 2026 from the town to fund it in the same way as well. We just received word seconds ago.
Okay, and that amount was 20,000 from the town?
20,000. Just 300 per day. It doesn't look like there's a maximum in the information we received.
Okay, so if,
For any days minus, like the same as last time, so 300 per day for any day colder than minus 20 degrees, but there could be a maximum, just in the information we received, there wasn't. Last year, it was around 7,000.
okay. And if there was a threshold, if there was a threshold or a limit to the amount, there could always be a budget adjustment if there was further requests for more funding later on, whether
That
it's
is
the end of
correct.
February or March.
Yes,
Okay.
and sorry, the approved amount was 20,000 last year. The amount around spent was around 7,000.
Okay. So, Councillor McCulley.
Would like to make a motion that the committee recommends funding the warming shelter at $300 a day, $300 a day with a trigger of minus 20 to a maximum of 20,000 per year.
Okay. If there's, we have a motion on the floor, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Okay, and there's just one last operational, amount that, Mr. Hagan's requested to come on.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the November 17th, it was November 17th or 27th, the dates are all confusing me. At the last broadband committee meeting, motion was passed to provide, for administration to provide information back to the committee regarding various options, strategies, and implications regarding the broadband project. I've shared with council that our timeline on that, we're going to need to contract some outside resources to assist with that in order to ensure accurate information is shared. And roughly, we're looking at mid-February to share that back. And the cost of that is going to be approximately $60,000. So I would suggest a budget adjustment for broadband operations in that amount, because that is not included in what we presented over the last couple of days.
Councillor Letwin.
What exactly will be in that report or that information?
That will be answers to the questions that the Reeve shared with administration regarding the project.
Okay, thank you.
Just clarity, I also, those questions and request for information was also shared with the balance of council as well. I'm just wondering why the expense why such an expense for a request for information when this project has been, there should be project updates. And that where this information could be readily available, I don't understand why the additional cost.
The nature of the questions asked involve information that is not readily available. Several of them are questions that have not been asked to date by previous councils. And that will involve some research, it'll involve some professional expertise to be brought in as well in order to be able to answer those questions. And administration doesn't have the resources in order to satisfy that on a timely basis.
Okay, Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Just for clarification, when it came to the signatories on these grants, I realized that the previous council was responsible, the previous Reeve, and who from administration would have been responsible for reviewing and signing those grant contracts?
Well, following legal review and sharing of the details with broadband committee, Mr. McDonald, IT manager, and myself signed those contracts as directed by the committee.
Okay. So, I don't want this to offend, but when signing a contract such as that, would there be not a policy to, I guess, to understand penalties of a contract cancellation, just as an individual when signing a finance contract for a home or?
Absolutely. The way these contracts are worded, and they're very much dictated by the federal and provincial governments, although we did have our legal consultants working with us and going back and forth negotiating these contracts. The way some of those penalty clauses are worded are left to interpretation as well and discretion of the respective ministers. And part of what we're going to be asking for in order to answer the questions in mid-February is, in addition to the professional services of our consultants, we're also going to be asking again for legal to outline their opinion of what those implications could be under those penalties. They're not black and white necessarily, nor are they strictly stated. So that's what we'll be researching, so we can give you the most complete information that we can.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. I guess I would like to recommend to this committee that because of, I don't want to say short-sighted, or I don't know what the proper terminology is, it seems like this budget shortfall should come from broadband operations and not from the taxpayers in order to provide this information. Thank you.
And if I can just respond to that, broadband operations is funded through two sources at this point, is the revenue that is being generated currently and into the future, as well as subsidized by tax revenue at this point until the project is fully completed and revenues reach a break-even point, at which time tax funding subsidization wouldn't be required anymore. And on a related note, those agreements, I've asked IT to create a folder that council can access to go and view those agreements, and that'll be available to you early next week.
Thank you. I guess I should rephrase that there should be no further subsidization to the existing budget to provide the answers to the required,
And
information.
if that's the case, we have no authority to spend that money in order to get the answers to your questions. This is what it's going to cost.
Then there might have to be some cuts made somewhere, I guess. I don't, I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave it at that.
There are multiple ways to find additional funding, if needed. Councillor Letwin.
Director Hagan, you're saying that we need an extra 60,000 for lawyers and consultants to go over to explain to us where we're at. Is that correct?
Not necessarily so general as where we're at. I believe administration has provided sufficient information as to where we're at with the project.
I spoke wrongly then, I apologize. I mean for the grant money and the cancellations, et cetera.
Yes, because these questions have not been asked before, so this has not been provided for either internally resourced or externally resourced through consultants. This is a new ask, a new requirement, and there is a cost associated with that.
So the initial consultants and lawyers that were hired by the county to review contracts and decision makings, they're not available to answer these questions, or these questions were never asked or considered prior?
Some of these questions were never asked previously by either the broadband committee or council. And the existing consultants that worked on those prior agreements are the ones that we will be consulting with going forward. But this is over and above what the current contract and current budget allows for.
Well, if they're consultants and lawyers, they should understand this process and they should have the answers. They were hired to have the answers.
We're asking them to do additional work and go in and
There should be no
analyze.
additional work.
There is
Be right
additional
here.
work, new questions.
Thank you.
So, I guess on that, every time there's an additional question, requested from the committee or council. Historically, there's never been any budget adjustments needed for new questions from either council or the committee. Why now? Mr. Hagan.
And as stated, it's primarily due to the nature of these questions. These answers are not readily available, and they will require professional opinions that will require additional research to be done. If the information was readily available, absolutely, there'd be no budget implication. The information would have been shared. It's not readily available. It needs to be created.
Okay, so right now, currently as a parking lot item, your administration would be looking to be able to provide answers to the correspondence that was sent on November 17th. A budget adjustment of $60,000 to be able to get those answers. Okay. So that's a parking lot item. If there's any further discussion right now, or we do have another item that I did pass over. Councillor Powell.
At this point, is this when we can add extra items into the parking lot that have not been discussed?
Yes, mainly we're focusing on operational items. There are some
Yep.
capital ones, but yes.
So if there was some operational, is it okay that I go, or?
Oh, please,
So
Councillor Powell.
this is where if I wanted to see the dust suppression budget increase, this is where I would do it, correct?
Yeah.
So wants versus needs, out on the road, campaigning, everybody talks about roads. Roads, 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 roads. That's everybody wants is gravel roads and they're done properly. Over the last few days, we've also talked about water trucks being put on if they're too dry, etc., and dust suppression policy. I do know of some things that are coming forward by request of the residents, and I'm not sure what the dollar figure needs to be. Maybe somebody who sat on council before me or administration, but I think it does need to be bumped up by a couple $100,000. So I will make that motion if I need to, but I don't know what the right steps for this is.
I'm just going to go back. I'm going to just ask Mr. Emmons or administration. In the new year, there was going to be a review of the dust suppression policy. And at that time, if we need, council could choose to make a budget adjustment to fund or not fund a new dust suppression policy that has been revised or amended by this council. Is that correct, Mr. Emmons?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. So it is on administration's schedule to bring that policy forward for the new council's conversation. Should council amend that policy and change the service level, a budget discussion could easily happen at that time. I did hear a couple of statements in Councillor Powell's comment. One was regarding the dust suppression. The other one was dust suppression on a gravel road as far as a grader maintenance. That is not a part of the policy we're speaking of. So
Okay.
that could be a separate conversation as well.
Okay.
Public Works does have in policy, what they call a high, or in budget, what they call a high maintenance area. So they'll apply a calcium to control the washboard in heavy traffic areas, intersections, things like that, which could also play a part of that.
Okay.
Councillor Powell.
No.
One more question for Mr. Emmons at this time, because we haven't had that opportunity to review the dust suppression policy, and the information hasn't been brought to council on how much that program may cost. Would it be appropriate to do a reallocation when we do have that information, or would it be appropriate to put a dollar figure into the budget at this time?
I would be hesitant at this time. I don't know about Mr. Magnus, but not knowing, without the benefit of having council's service levels identified, it would be difficult to even give a number from administration to have a meaningful conversation. Respectfully, I'd suggest the conversation and identifying what council would like for a service level would be beneficial, and then administration could provide.
Okay, thank you again. So this, again, it was high level of importance from many of the residents that I also had talked to, and the election still was only just fresh, but we'll just ensure that this will direct administration to have this conversation regarding dust suppression and the policy, and if we see fit, we can make a budget adjustment at that time, if that's all right. Okay. We move back to we had the additional RAM IT request for the additional $25,000. I'll just, we'll go back and we'll review that again and make a decision on this. Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that that was like a carry forward from 2025, so there would not be, it would not affect the amount of surplus that would be available to fund in 2026, so it's a carry forward, but we still have to have it in budget to be able to spend those dollars. It was just something that IT thought that they could, they were waiting on a response from the supplier, and the supplier finally responded that they would not be able to supply in 2025.
So if we were to make a motion, something in the neighborhood of that the committee recommend to council approving the $25,000 carry forward for the RAM IT in the 2026 budget. Okay. Is there any discussion? There's a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion or comments? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Other parking lot items, Ms. Serhan?
That's it for operations.
Okay, so Mr. Councillor McKay.
I would like to bring forward one more parking lot item from operations. And that is the budget for the Economic Development Department.
Yep, there's, I don't know if it specifically has to go into the parking lot item, but we can definitely have a discussion about that just as we proceed through the day, or we can highlight it as a specific item for discussion and any amendments or
Yeah, if discussion
changes.
as it go through is more appropriate, then that's fine.
Is this something that you want to have a bigger discussion about at a strategic planning meeting, or is this something that's just like an adjustment to the 2026 budget?
I guess first it's a question. I didn't feel like my question was answered from that department, and that was what economic benefit has that department provided to this county? And there was no dollar figure, there was no known impact in a positive manner that I could see at that point.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, and if I may, many of that is intangible anyway, Deputy Reeve McKay. In my history, it fell on the EDO to get out and promote business and bring clients into those businesses and promote the local economy through those means as well, presence, if I may. And it gets hard to debate, would that individual walk through the door with or without? But even meeting with other regions, promoting our area for growth. As our ADO stated, 20% is new business, but 80% is internal. And what are our internal businesses doing, and how can we promote that? If I may, I think a great point was brought up earlier as far as we're a rural municipality. Our farm is a large presence. With this council going through a new strategic plan, and should that be a focus and a priority of this council, that would absolutely impact and adopt that strategic plan to the Economic Development Department, where that would be a brand new focus outside of historically the focus was on data centers, tourism, those type of things. So that was the concentration of past work. This council has a different vision and priorities. That would be adopted through the EDO and promoted quite differently to support a new strategic plan.
Thank you, CEO Emmons.
You're welcome.
The EDO department itself, when was it developed at conception of the county, or was it added later?
Originally, and you're testing my memory,
Oh, just roughly.
thank you, because my memory's not great. It definitely wasn't at the conception of Clearwater County in 1985, but I would say mid-90s.
Okay.
I would possibly like to propose a motion in regards to this, but Mr. McKay, if you have. Okay, well, since we're on the topic of this, I will put a motion on the floor that council approve a $40,000 operating budget for economic development for the 2026 budget. If there's any questions, if not, I'll call the question. Councillor McKay.
Holly,
Or sorry,
it's okay.
got the M's
What-
going on here, sorry.
What was it
Councillor
from
McCauley.
and to, sorry? And the reasoning behind?
It was previously for.
And the reasoning behind changing it?
Today is about prioritizing essential services in Clearwater County.
I think economic development's a pretty important service for the county. As CEO Emmons did explain, it is not tangible, but extremely important.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor McKay?
While I agree that it is important, the inability of that department to provide a specific example of an economic benefit was troubling. Especially if it's a department that's been with the county for 30 years.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor McKay, if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Or sorry, I'll also call those opposed. That motion is passed. And at this time, we might just take a short break till 11:30. Welcome back from our break. And at this time, we'll move into our capital items, and we do have a parking lot of items there that Ms. Serhan will.
I'm not sure that I captured them all. I think there's probably, I'd really love to hear from council, what they thought just in the discussions. I'm just gonna go briefly over the ones I noted, but decrease of asphalt overlay for postponement of Arbutus for $520,000. One, I noted that the transition grant for, the Caroline 002, and I think that's the 49th Street one. It was to be funded out of restricted surplus, but there's actually a grant available, so to add that grant funding. Nordegg Cemetery postpone until council can have a tour of the area, possibly. Trestle 3, I wasn't sure if there was more discussion required there. The ice plant, move to 2026 in its entirety to be funded, the county portion to be funded through the restricted surplus that was inherited from the Village of Caroline in the amalgamation. And the other one that I don't think council really had a chance to discuss because it's not identified in any of the budget details, but the Ochese Road, there is additional funding going in there of $1.4 million in 2026 in the documents. So to bring up, because of the cost increase for that project, that would bring that still up to that 1/3 amount available for that project. I'm not sure if that needs to happen in 2026 or in future years, or how you're feeling about that project. And then again, all of the Nordegg development projects, the second access, the Center Street, like I just wasn't sure how council was feeling about moving forward on any of those items in 2026.
Do we have any discussion at this time on any of these items, or? Okay, sorry, Councillor McKay. I didn't see your light there, I apologize.
Would it be appropriate at this time to add another item to that list?
Yeah, absolutely.
The gravel road rehab was another one,
Okay.
I believe was mentioned. As well as the heated storage.
Heated storage. Sure, so wherever council wants to start. I think the first two are really just administrative, because it's increasing grant revenue and decreasing a project to postpone it. So I don't think council needs much discussion on them, but any of the other ones, wherever council would like to start.
Okay, are there any items on the capital list that? Do you want a further discussion on gravel road rehab? Councillor McKay, we could proceed with that and get some discussion on that item.
I don't know that I have a whole lot of questions other than, I guess just bringing forward that this might be an item to defer. As Director Hansen had mentioned, that there are no roads that are in immediate danger at this time. For the 2026 year, that maybe gravel road rehab could be more of an as needed, but that's for committee to decide.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask administration just to remind, or which page number would we be on the budget, just so that we could all have
I think it's page 18.
Awesome.
Page 18, yes.
page 18.
Thanks, Jana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Yeah. That was very fast, by the way.
If I could provide a little bit of background again, kind of recapping when I did present that and made those comments. Councillor McKay is very correct. We are not in a position where we have any roads that are in dire need of construction. Our gravel rehabilitation program has been a proactive approach to deal with the worst of the worst roads through our evaluation. So that's why we did offer this up. They say recognizing the financial position of the county, there would be an opportunity to maybe defer some of these projects and then continue with our evaluation. Due to some of the outstanding work that we had left over from the 2025 year, we have part of the Crammond Road stripped, et cetera. You know, there would be between borrow pit obligations, you know, landowner borrow pits that are already open currently. We do pay damages, compensation for those borrow pits. We've estimated that at approximately $200,000 there to ensure that we could have our obligations for 2026 covered from a budgetary perspective. It is a $5 million budget. You know, we've used upwards of close to 30 different day labor contractors in that program. So it really depends on what council's preference is. They say it's a $5 million budget to invest in our gravel road inventory. If you're looking at a reduction to less, we would come back with a different, we have priorities based on the list that we provided. So if you wanted to reduce it by a certain amount, or they say the bare minimum would be about that $200,000 just to finish our obligations from 25.
Okay. Yeah, just to give the committee just a little bit for day labor, that would include local contractors, residents that have small businesses that would work on these projects.
That's correct. So this project is just about done entirely in-house through our in-house supervisory staff. So our gravel road supervisor oversees our 2 construction foremen. They established the crews through, it is locally sourced contractors, and say upwards around 29 contractors what we used in 2025. So that's everything from gravel truck and pups and graders. Through the tour, I kind of described the only equipment that we really have are the 84-inch packers. We have 2 815 packers, et cetera. So we use seasonal staff, and annually we go through a list of resumes, and we fill those packer seats with seasonal staff members. So that's correct.
Thank you very much for that information. If there was an amendment to the proposed budget, there's always opportunities in the future for budget adjustments as we go through the year. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If there was a priority that council brought to the table, or if there was, you know, we do respond to, of course, major events. And that's the nice part about the gravel road rehabilitation program, is because it's not contractually obligated. It is day labor. So, for example, if we've provided you this list, we have a bad spring, a rig move or a frac goes down a road and blows it up, and the accountability does come back to us to some degree. We can now modify this program to actually to respond to that, because it isn't a tendered project. We actually have that ability. Other examples, of course, are floods. We've had multiple years where we've lost portion of our West Country road, so we actually pause this program there, and we put those day labor contractors to respond with that. And that's, so that flexibility is there. So budget adjustment, reallocation of resources, new projects as need be, absolutely.
Okay, so Councillor McKay, do you have any? Okay. No, that's all right. I'll propose, so currently the budget for 2026 is currently sitting at $4,987,000.
That's correct.
That's okay. I'll make a motion that, on this item, that the committee recommend a budget of $4,400,000 for the 2026 budget.
$4,400,000 versus $400,000, $500,000 less.
If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Did you capture the number there specifically?
$4,400,000.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
So a reduction of $587,000.
And again, if it was needed, council can always or administration can always bring forward for a budget adjustment if needed. Further discussion on any other items or points of interest through the budget? Mr. Hanson, do you have any comments or is just your light on?
Oh, I'm sorry, nope.
No, that's okay. Councillor Powell.
Something different now?
Really, right now, the floor is open for discussion on any items that the committee members would like to have discussion on.
The stabilization fund, can you tell me the current amount in there? Thanks. Does anybody think that,
So that was a tax stabilization fund?
Yes, it was created, as, I wanna say maybe 10 years ago or 10+ years ago, when there was a little more uncertainty about the oil and gas revenue. And so to kind of, smooth out the bumps of what the linear tax and non-residential tax looked like, council did put some money away and, in that fund, and that gradually increased to about $12 million from inception to when it was moved to the broadband project.
okay, thanks. And can I have one more question?
Absolutely, yes, please, Councillor
When I was
Powell.
looking through this paperwork, and maybe I missed it, was there any money ever set away for seniors housing? In any restricted surplus?
Yeah, there's no money aside to construct seniors housing.
Okay.
No, but I do believe there is money in the 2026 budget to explore seniors housing.
Okay, but there's no restricted surplus accounts or anything I'm not
No.
seeing? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And throughout the year, just another question, maybe for Mr. Hunt, if it is identified that there are surpluses or additional funds, we could reallocate those into maybe the
Correct.
tax stabilization fund or unrestricted surplus?
Correct. So financial statements for 2025 will be in front of council, likely the second meeting of April. It's historically when they are compiled. And either at the meeting before or the agenda item before, council has the opportunity to reallocate any additional surpluses that aren't identified through this budget deliberations into restricted surplus accounts. I do believe council would like to explore those restricted surplus accounts and maybe at a future strategic planning meeting before then, just get a handle on what the accounts are, what's in them, why dollars have been set aside, and maybe just having administration find, recommendations from council as to how to simplify that process moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I do have another item for discussion. It would be under West Country Roads on page 19 of the capital budget. So in this budget for 2026, looks like a commitment for $100,000, and then there would be a commitment in 2027 for $3,665,000. So I'm seeing that correctly, okay. Councillor Humphrey.
I had in my notes there that there was a grant available for 70%. And I just had in my notes, but I'm not sure where.
For that project specifically? or-
Yes.
Not
No,
that
that would be for the Range Road 6-4 erosion repair. There's no grants
Oh.
available for the West Country Road project.
Okay, different.
Yeah,
My bad.
that's all good. I can provide the background on the project unless you want to
Yes.
just go straight to a motion or.
No, please, no, absolutely. Provide some additional background information.
Yeah, no, I just, familiarity again, just with this project, so everybody knows which one we are talking about. So this is the North Fork Road. If people have been out there, the Trans-Canada Pipeline, which is a major crossing, pipeline crossing there on there, it's about 10 kilometers from the end of the pavement. We've already reconstructed that first 10 kilometers over the last 8 years, I'm going to say. So our West Country Roads restricted surplus is a savings account, in essence, to help make our West Country roads, which are quite unique. You know, the traffic is typically done in clusters of, if there's major industry in the area, then it gets really busy. They're typically more expensive to reconstruct because of the topography, waterways, et cetera. So we don't typically use our gravel road rehabilitation program. The gravel road rehabilitation kind of is focused on the settled region, whereas we put this money in a restricted surplus for our West Country roads. And North Fork Road is an example. There are other isolated West Country roads there. The North Fork Road has been a priority. It's a long stretch of gravel road. It's like 73 kilometers from Highway 761 all the way out to the trunk road. So we've been trying to clip off a section at a time. This project, I think, has actually been deferred a couple of times, just because it's less of a priority, but it has come up in the queue, and that $100,000 would be for detailed design. So this would start at the end of the last project at that Trans-Canada Pipeline and then continue west to the Ram River. And most people may be aware that that Bailey Bridge that crosses the Ram there. So, but there again, from a priority perspective, we do have, this would be coming from the restricted surplus, so it doesn't make a huge number difference on the balance sheet, unfortunately, but we just wouldn't have that expenditure starting in 2026 if we were to defer it or remove it.
I don't see any other questions. For the, for the existing pavement that's on that portion, what year is that scheduled to be resurfaced or?
Ooh, that's a great question. That wasn't done that long ago. The North Fork Road was done to a band-free standard 2011. So it'd be, I'm assuming 20 years, should be 31, somewhere around there. I can get that information specifically for you.
So the reason I asked that, I'm wondering about the resurfacing, because if it was to move forward, like are you gonna have a road that has two different levels of pavement and then have to be resurfaced at separate times?
Oh, I apologize. This is not for surfacing. This is only for gravel road reconstruction. And the only portion that's paved is the first 8 kilometers.
Right. And I'm just trying to get to the point that if it was all to be paved, if it was all to be brought to a base pave standard, and then it was to be paved, would you pave the whole road at the same time as the resurfacing of the original pavement?
Yeah, the paving any more of the North Fork Road has not been even discussed or as a priority. It was the only reconstruction of the gravel portion.
Okay.
So,
And currently, right now, that road that is not paved, is it a band-free standard?
the gravel portion?
Yes.
So we don't ban our gravel roads typically. So the way we manage our gravel roads is on an as-need basis. We only ever put weight restrictions on our surface roads. Our gravel roads are typically band-free, and we monitor them on an as-need basis, which in my time here, I don't think we've had to ban any of our gravels.
Okay, so that historically, there's never been any bans on that gravel road
On that
section?
gravel road, no.
Okay. Councillor McKay.
Just for clarification, in the documentation we received, there was no addition to the West Country Roads restricted surplus in 2025, even though it states here that 300 is added annually.
Yeah, and I know historically, last year, I believe, and Mr. Ann can correct me, but there was a need for all of the transfers in order to fund the current projects in 2025. So some of those commitments, such as that $300,000 for the West Country roads, as well as, we have other council motions that supported putting $1.5 million or $1 million away into the facilities restricted surplus. It was by need of other projects that transfer didn't happen last year.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that the committee recommend postponing the West Country Roads 2026 budget to future year.
Do you have the year you want it to go, or do you want to just remove it until further notice?
I-
Just move it down one and then talk about it again next year.
It'll give you a year to look at things, and it doesn't get lost. If it's on the 10-year plan, it doesn't get lost. Once it gets removed, it's harder to get back on the list.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to include deferring it to the 2026 budget amount to 2027. And if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Talking about the 10-year capital plan, is there a deficit on Clearwater County's 10-year capital plan? Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so in the year just let me bring up the summary. In 2029, you'll see that the overall deficit in restricted surplus is $20 million. So that means that if every project went forward in the years that they are identified, there would be a shortfall of $20 million and zero left in restricted surplus. Of course, there's a $20 million egg rec facility in 2029. There's the Donkey Farm Road in 2029. There's likely some Nordic development between 2026 and 2029 that obviously council needs to make some decisions on, and funding sources for those. There's multiple projects that can be removed to rectify that.
Okay.
Or additional funding could be identified.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, that's okay. Alrighty. Maybe at this point in time, we're so close to 12 o'clock, we'll take a break till 12, we'll take a break till 12:40, roughly. Okay, welcome back from our break. Councillor McCauley had to step away for momentarily, but he will be joining us again. And I'm just going to look to council to see if there's any discussion on any other budgetary items that they would like to discuss.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to propose that we could have a discussion about Center Street in Nordegg for development. So, page 58, and maybe if we can just have a little bit of a refresher from Director Hansen on this project, that'd be very helpful, please.
You bet. So, Center Street, over the course of 2025, we've done the design work on that project. This is a connection from the new Center Street that's been, that was constructed in the historical commercial core, then extends north into the residential areas. And so this would be an extension or a connection from the new Center Street construction all the way swinging back to Stewart Street, approximately where the old library was. So last year, we did actually have some really good discussion with council on the alignments and some of the constraints that were in the area. And that discussion also included the high-density east and the high-density west area. So the direction in 2025 was basically continue on with getting Stewart Street constructed in 2026. In essence, that provides a new pathway into the commercial core area. And then in subsequent years, then we'd actually reconstruct Stewart Street, and that would provide an alternate access because it would be very difficult to reconstruct Stewart Street without having an alternate access into that. So they would provide those two accesses in that area. I did allude to council there about a slight budget increase that would be required outside of what's presented here today due to the archaeological excavation. There's been some old landfill sites that have been identified as historically significant. So there was, as per one of the conditions from historical resources, was to do a archaeological excavation, which we have a quote from Bison Environmental for. There again, this project is definitely a development-driven type initiative. It is, it isn't critical for the development of Nordegg at this time, but it's definitely part of the long-range plan, and that's why it is currently on the budget today.
Councillor Letwin.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was on.
Oh, no, that's okay. Councillor Humphrey.
And the price, estimated price of the archaeological excavation?
Has been provided at $138,000, and I'm going to say that conservatively. Hopefully they don't find anything too significant that would require additional work, but that's the quote that we have currently. That takes the entire project cost up to $3,842,110.
Okay.
So,
And this, this isn't something we need to access any of the residential lots or sites in there.
it is not currently needed because we do have Stewart Street currently. This is the other primary access that was going to be, is in the long-range plan. So it's not a need to have currently. It can be, I would say, postponed. This is also the alignment for the gas line infill, as well as extending fiber connection from the main town site. They would be coming up through this corridor, so that the shallow utilities are included in the cost as well. So this was all underground sanitary, underground water lines, as well as the road construction. And it's the cross-section, I believe, you can see what the road design is gonna look like on the side. We have to flip the page for easier. So it'd be street lights, it'd be a sidewalk, et cetera. Mostly of it's in a fill condition. And then like you see, about halfway up where the dotted lines are showing the new road alignment, it just comes off the edge of the current mobile homes or the short-term leases that we have there. But none of those are required to be removed at this time.
So is there, at this current time, is there any kind of an access through there? Or it's partway access?
Yeah,
To
there's no road currently constructed through there. I believe it's part of maybe the quad trail, as for some of the access trails that we have in Nordegg, I think meander through that area, but there's no road through there currently.
Okay, and the mobile homes you were talking about, they access?
The access, basically if you come off Stewart Street right at the Discovery Center, there's a little access way that would be maintained for the time being there to access those mobile homes.
Okay.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hanson, just for clarity, deferring this project, would that cause any reduction in services that we currently provide citizens in Nordegg? Other than possibly having to upgrade the water to those few mobile homes?
No, it would, the only thing that it would basically not include as from a service is that as we've, I say, provided, we're getting gas and people are anxious, some people are anxiously awaiting the natural gas service, is that in that quote is, I think we do have the gas line, a part of that cost in that larger cost, is to actually get gas from where it's into Stewart Street up through that area. So that's the only service that the people farther south would not be available to, if we didn't make at least some type of condition or allocation of funds to get at least that gas line up there.
Do you have a rough number as to what that cost would be? Since I understand that we do have an obligation there.
Yeah, I will have it for you shortly. I got my team here that they can certainly rough calculate out what we would need in order to get gas lines through there, for sure.
Okay, and then, pardon me, cheapers. Secondly, I don't recall, has there been any interest in this high-density residential development yet? Or was it more to the north that there was interest?
Yeah, there's been very little interest in the residential I guess the high-density residential, that I'm just about misunderstood. So the high-density residential surrounding the Discovery Center is the question?
Yeah.
I think the expression used yesterday is tire kickers for the most part.
Right.
There has not been any, but we also haven't subdivided it and marketed it as being available for sale. It seems to be, the trend that I've seen is the resort commercial seems to be really popular in Nordegg. Like that's the type of developers we're having to come out and engage with us. The high-density residential, our planning department, they would have the most updated information on that because that's where we would direct people to.
And I'm sure it would follow as typical with most tourist communities. Yeah, I guess I don't really have anything further to that. If it's, if there is no current interest in that property, then this could be an opportunity to return Nordegg to a fund its own development model as it was previously.
Yeah, and I certainly appreciate that. You know, if we had some more development in that, the newly constructed residential area along that Lily Ave, you know, once we've seen some more density in there, you know, we've sold, like I said, I think we had in phase one, all of those lots sold, and I think there was 2 larger developers that bought all the lots, but then we've actually taken some of those back.
Right.
And we just finished off the new subdivision, which we have not sold any lots on. So it certainly would be, it's plausible and reasonable to think that, you know, once we actually start seeing more movement south where this road will actually be accessing, there'd be a more logical time to move forward with that project.
Thank you. And, yeah, once we get the numbers on the natural gas, I think there's a motion here, but I'll give the floor back.
Councillor Letwin.
Okay, so there's all citizens, residents of Nordegg have all the basic amenities that they need at this time. Like natural gas, phones, et cetera, et cetera.
So
Or not natural gas, but heating. Are they heating with, they've got their propane, they're not suffering in any way?
That's correct. So the natural gas and natural gas has been a conversation to get to Nordic there for years. It's a higher level of service. It's safer than propane tanks, cheaper to operate. I guess that's a difference of opinion, I guess, in some cases there for steady operating, maybe not for seasonal. Like that's a really good point that was brought up.
And also in your subdivision there, out of, you say all the lots are sold or almost all the lots are sold? And
In the
Existing
phase
wa-
one
phase one?
residential, I believe we brought some back there, and if I could get my planning department there to even provide that, to see where we have for
Right.
lots left for
and out of
sale.
the percentage of the lots that have been sold and acquired, how many residents have been built there?
Ooh, skill testing.
And how many lots are still empty for future builds?
Okay, I'm just gonna write that down, just so we don't lose track of the question, so.
Because I drove through this summer.
Yeah.
And you can see the subdivision there, and there was a row of houses and that was it, the rest were empty.
Yeah,
So I never counted. I had the grandkids with me, taking a tour.
yeah, and I don't know if Kim has that information handy there about the number of lots that were available in phase one and how many are vacant.
Excuse me. I'm not sure about the specific number of vacant ones. At this point, we have had a lot of development permits that maybe they haven't quite started or they're getting their approvals because there's architectural requirements out there. We have sold most of the lots on Elizabeth Avenue. And then Lily Avenue, we have to get those priced to get them on the market yet. So those haven't been up for sale yet, but most of the Elizabeth Avenue ones have been purchased and a lot of them have development permits on them. Some of them may not have started yet. But with the county ones, they do have a requirement to construct. They sign an agreement when they purchase them that they have 3 years to build a house. Otherwise, we have the option to purchase them back just to try to encourage development out there. So most of those have permits and are being built on. And then, yeah, we will have more with the Lily, hopefully, in the new year. I don't know if that helps, but.
I just want to see if it should reference how many lots were available in the new phase two residential subdivision.
I did want to mention something about the propane tanks as well. They do service out there. The propane tanks are challenging, however, given the size of some of the lots, because they are not supposed to be super close to adjacent boundaries, but they are also supposed to be a certain distance from the residents. So it can be challenging to properly place them, / sometimes they need relaxations to actually have them on the property. So having natural gas out there, I know many of the residents would appreciate that.
So the gas line would be more intent for the high density area.
No, like it would serve the residents that are using the propane now. A lot of them would prefer the natural gas as well, just with the concerns with the propane. But.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
And you mentioned, Director Hanson, that a number of them had been taken back by the county. Do we have that number? And that's because they didn't, specifically because they didn't construct within that 3-year time or have plans to?
Yes, that's my understanding there again, and Kim's looking that information up right now. Again, with our recent evacuation of our planning and director, Kim is doing a great job there, but I know it was, the previous planning director was quite fluent with how many we'd sold and how many we'd taken back there, but.
I believe, sorry. Thanks, Jenna. I believe based on the sales document that we have here, there are three properties that are left to be sold on Elizabeth Avenue. And we may have one that's going through a sale right now, but yeah, I believe we have three lots left. So some of them were bought back, but then they were resold by another purchaser, just an independent person versus a developer.
Super, thank you.
You're welcome.
No, any further discussion on this item?
We like doing math on the fly here. So if we have $250,000 for our shallow utility connections in order to get through that area, now, I'm gonna caveat that, this is provided we can stay away from the historical resources. Now, I would ask, if we wanna get that historical resources work done, because that is actually a project holdup, I would recommend that we actually take the shallow utility number of 250, add the $140,000 to get that historical resources put to bed, so that we're ready for the construction of the road. It all really depends on council's idea of when this road will be constructed. Maybe it's within the next year or two, or, but once we've actually established and cleared that area, then we'll be ready for construction. We won't be having this conversation again, having to, there's one thing about permitting, you know, things do change over time, but if we could actually have that clearance for that footprint, so then I would go as far as to say $250,000 plus the additional money for that historical resources archaeological work, which is 140,000. 250 plus 140. 390. Instead of 3.8 million.
So, Councillor Humphrey.
So, and that archaeological, there should be no reason that that wouldn't, once that study is done, it would be indefinitely. It's not like anything old's gonna creep back in there, so.
That's exactly what my thoughts are right now, is that we clear the footprint so that we know that building footprint would be ready for construction
Okay.
when we're ready.
Yeah, just clarifying, so it's not like a permit or something where you get a 2-year window and.
No, and that's a
because
legitimate question.
Weirder things have happened, but, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this item or any motions or suggestions? So, so that the, just give me 1 minute here. Okay, so I'll make a so I'll move that the committee recommend to council for the Center Street Road Development 2026 budget consist of $400,000. That motion work for administration to continue with your HRB and the study for the historical resources and stuff, okay. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Letwin? I'll just,
I'm sorry,
yeah, that's okay. Just for clarification, do you want?
clarification, please.
Yeah, okay. So the motion on the floor is that council, or the committee recommend to council for the 2026 budget for Center Street Road Development, $400,000 in the 2026 budget. There's historical research that needs to be done on there, and currently it's budgeted at 3.7 million. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is passed.
Thank you. Oh, don't run away. Where are you going? I'm just kidding.
I'm not far.
I'll ask Ms. Serhan, are there any other parking lot items in regards to capital?
Yeah, just that 1.4 for the Ochese Road. I think I heard heated storage be mentioned, and, I don't know about the second access into Nordegg also. Caroline Ice Plant, moving that entirely into 2026 also.
Okay. Are there any suggestions or? Let's start with,
Which one?
the ice plant.
The
Yeah,
ice plant?
Let's discuss the ice plant. Which page again, just as a reminder for
Yeah, I'll,
everyone?
I think it's the very last page of your book, or, oh no, sorry, very last page of Ag Services. Nope. Page 76, yeah, it was, page 76. And that item will get moved to, Public Works Infrastructure. And the change would be to, have a $2 million budget in 2026 and $1 million funded from Caroline Ag Society and 1 million from the, restricted surplus that was inherited from the Village of Caroline.
Counselor McKay.
Since council already made a motion to approve that funding, does committee need to make a motion to include it in the budget?
Just direction from committee would be great, so that I could move that.
Okay, I would request that administration allocate $1 million from the Caroline restricted surplus to fund the new ice plant for the Caroline Arena.
Thank you.
Do we need to vote on that?
I'm just looking if there's any more clarification or discussion. If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, motion's passed. Counselor Letwin, please.
Back to, I gotta get my right titles here. Infrastructure. Nordic Industrial Subdivision Phase 2, page 51. No, that's wrong. I got the wrong page here. I'm sorry. 53. Not enough bookmarks. Yes, sorry, Nordic South Townside Access Road,
53.
53. Where did we discover that one?
You'd like to have a discussion on the Nordegg South Townside Access Road?
Yes.
Okay, if, we'll just review that again, if Mr. or Director Hansen wouldn't mind giving the committee a refresher on this budget item, please.
You bet. There again, this road has been a discussion with this council for a while, and we've been working on this project for, since at least 2021. Going through some preliminary designs, some bridge amendments. It's approximately 800 meters from the Quarry Road north, where it connects to Highway 11. It connects directly across where Alberta Transportation's yard is. So it would be a large intersection, so there'd be an intersection improvement. This budget, the 2026 budget, is for a gravel standard. The intent is that in 2028, or when other paving would occur in Nordegg, that the road would be eventually a paved road. The reasoning behind this road was to improve safety from a wildfire response perspective, to provide a second access into Nordegg. Also, it diverts the Quarry Road traffic away from the populated areas of the hamlet, and would give them a bypass route so they could get directly out onto Highway 11. There again, like I said, the permitting has been an onerous process, and we are close. But there again, it's the need for a second access is also development driven. You know, it is definitely fair to say. But this was a proactive plan to get that second access in place there for the eventual need.
Does this road go to the north or to the south off of Highway 11?
It goes to the south off of Highway 11.
This would be the secondary access then, correct?
That's correct.
This is the one where a lot of controversy is over?
Yes, it
Right
is.
now, there's been the emails and many residents of Nordic showing their opposition to this road over environmental standards or practices and the crossing of the Shundu Creek there.
Yeah, so what, as from from our constructability perspective, it does have its challenges as it goes through a wetland. I know as it gets to Shunda Creek, which is a sensitive area, so we, as we're going through the development plans, getting the additional land from public land as well as applying to Alberta Environment for permission to actually go through that wetland. As part of that process, it was, Alberta Environment sent out notifications to the area and is gathering that feedback, which we have been included to. So we would fully expect that Alberta Environment would be providing direction to us to what, for either a response or other criteria or possibly conditions that they would be adding on to an approval. But yeah, there seems to be some more work to do with the, like I say, it was Alberta Environment that sent out the notifications. So we would be waiting for that approval agency to provide us direction on how they'd like to see this move forward.
Okay. So then this budget would be inaccurate, or did you plan on spending $5.2 million this year?
Well, best case scenario, we would likely, we could get as far as we could, between the fish windows and the biological, the biodiversity windows that are created. We would get as far as the clearing. The bridge work might be done first. It might be over 2 years, but we'd like to put all the money in 2026 to get as far as we can, and whatever we don't get done in 26, we would carry forward into 27. Yeah, it's also care to mention that we did apply and were successful with a grant for this project.
I personally would like to see this put on hold until a further study can do for perhaps other accesses to the town site. Revised. Okay, I apologize. I'd like to make a motion that this be put on hold until all other access routes can be analyzed by council through tours and one thing and another.
Director Hansen.
Yeah, and again, we have done some preliminary research to the south, but if you want us to bring back, so that is the other alternative access. And that was previously discussed. We've done some high-level estimates, but if you want us to put resources to researching a new access to the south, I got a really good idea where it's gonna go, but if you want us to provide us more detail, there would be, I think it was a $25,000 budget that kind of we allocated, and Kate's probably gonna run up here and tell me that's either right or wrong with that number, but to come back with that option in 2026 for an alternative access.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we put this on hold until, for this year anyway, for 2026, and and reconsider in 2027.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I do have a question for administration, the mention of the grant. Does that grant have an expiry date on it?
There again, I have to look into the conditions of the grant. It likely would just be one of those ones that we're probably not gonna be, we just have to return.
Okay.
I know there's been a lot of discussion about grants and then looking into what the fine print says on those. But we will definitely be looking into what those, what the impacts are, if we're just deferring it for now, you're gonna explore other options, this grant may be still a viable option for us once we had an opportunity for that. But I will check to make sure that there isn't an expiry on it.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Humphrey.
Yeah, so, and that grant might be able to just be pushed forward.
Yes.
There's that option, right? Okay.
Yeah, and then, sorry.
No, go ahead, I was just clarifying that in my head, that it's put on hold, but that grant can likely go forward on that hold basis as well, till we've made sure that everything's a go, or?
Yeah, and that's, we actually have a really good, this grant is put out through Alberta Transportation, where most of our grants come from. We actually have a really good working relationship with them, and I am confident that either if there was an extension or if there was a date that was in the grant, we would apply for an extension. so that we'd have time to explore other options. So I'm very confident that the grant won't be at risk, but that'll be something we'll be looking into quickly in the new year.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to talk to about and address is you mentioned for fire safety, having a second access and everything, and Nordeg's been there for over 100 years with one access, right?
That's correct.
So I'm thinking with the fact that it's been there that long with one access, is there the likelihood of liability should a fire come and block that access is minimal? Would I be correct in assuming that, or I wanna make sure it's not that safety issue isn't a liability safety issue, that we're not, you know, where does that fit on the scheme of things?
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation. I think you'll hear those comments, I think, in the coming year from the Nordeg community. There is definitely a difference of opinion when it comes to safety, egress, you know, and also our development plans. You know, we're looking from taking a population of 50 people up to potentially 2,500 people, right? So it's with only having one way in, one way out of a large community at that time, you know, I think the exposure for liability or responsibleness there becomes higher and greater and greater. You know, you're absolutely right there. We've had to evacuate Nordeg at least twice in my time here because of the threat of wildfire. Wildfire is a concern for the Nordeg community, and this is one of the ways that we're looking at mitigating that. But it's not lost that, you know, perhaps the access should go the other direction. Maybe instead of being two accessing to the north, that there should be, and you know, the secondary access should be more to the south with access to the trunk road. But it doesn't solve the second problem about the commercial use of the quarry, so it was kind of two birds with one stone in essence, this other access. But yeah, the wildfire concerns there for the West Country Nordeg there are great, and it seems to be getting more severe fire weather as we go out throughout the years, and so that's what our previous council was trying to get ahead of, is to have those other accesses out of Nordeg.
Okay, and just deferring it till we can get more information on that. It makes sense. Yeah.
One more question regarding the grant. Would that grant have the opportunity to be reallocated to another project? Or is it specific to this item?
Yeah, that would be a part of our research as well. You know, that if that access going to the south, if we were to change our priorities and to go to the south, that would be, can it be deferred to a later date? And as well as, could we change the project altogether?
Okay.
That those are all the ideas that we'd want to explore. But again, a budget allocation for that work to provide that engineering would be good. I say $25,000 is, I believe, is the number I had in my head.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Letwin to postpone the Nordeg South Townside Access Road to 2027, if I catches your motion. That,
That's a motion, yes.
Yeah, and to include $25,000 to research the additional.
yeah, should that be a separate motion, or
It's up to you.
should we just take 25,000 off the budgeted amount and?
Yeah.
I think we'll do it as two motions.
Thank
We have a
you.
motion on the floor, and we can come back and make another motion to allow for funding to research additional access routes and also give this council an opportunity to be able to tour Nordeg and have that first-hand tour. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is passed. Make a motion to,
Is 25,000 the number, Director Hanson?
okay.
Thank you.
So, make a motion that the committee recommend $25,000 in the 2026 north-south Nordeg South Townside Access Road for alternative access roads. Everybody clear on the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Next, parking lot items. Please, Ms. Serhaniff.
I wasn't sure if, I had heard Councillor Letwin mention asphalt overlay, so I didn't know if that was something we also wanted to talk about. What's in the parking lot currently is to decrease asphalt overlay for the postponement of the Arbutus Road portion, which is $520,000.
Okay, we can have a discussion on that. Ms. Serhan, what page number would that roughly be on?
Sorry.
Big one is on page.
Yeah, but it's a budget adjustment.
Asphalt overlay for 2026 is on page 23.
Councillor McKay.
If committee chose to reduce funding to the surfaced roads allocation, would that grant be affected, the $2 million and $700,000 grants?
No.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just provide a little bit more background, I was just, got a text from my staff there that it sounds like the town has deferred their portion of the Rainbow Ford Road till 2035. Had my staff check with their public works, so
Till when, sorry?
2035,
Okay, so
yeah,
it's a few years down the road.
yeah. So they've obviously not seen that Rainbow Ford Road as, their portion as a priority.
That's very good information, and we can maybe have a discussion on that. Yeah, that's useful information. Are there any surfaced road, like, any items for discussion? Oh, Councillor McKay.
Well, I guess I was kind of waiting to see if anyone had more items for discussion. I think there's probably a motion here, but if, I'll leave it open for discussion.
A couple of these roads put on hold for a year, or all of them if possible. I'd like to make a motion maybe put on hold for till 2027.
We should make our motions direct to the budget amount.
Okay.
Which we can't make them big.
It's Rainbow
So
Ford, Carolina
No,
North,
without discussion, okay.
Horse Road Central.
if you want them. All on hold.
So that they still have their funding opportunities towards whatever roads they need, right?
So,
Yeah,
Rainbow Ford Road is called the budget, 12% total. On that list.
if I may ask, Director Hansen, just for some clarity, for the Rainbow Ford Road, now that we know that's been deferred, till 2035, for the, just clarity, what is that? What would the budgeted amount be that would be for that portion of this budget?
Rainbow Ford is estimated at 737,000. So with the new amount reduced, removing Arbutus Road, so that was the 520,000, so then we could reduce it again by the 737,000.
Is that information, I don't see that I don't see the 730,000 in my,
No, sorry, that's my information. We've got the kilometers there. That is rolled up there. As part of the description, I have the estimates for all of them if you'd like.
okay, no, that's, that's good that you have the information, thank you. I didn't see it in my book, and I thought maybe I was missing something, and it was not included.
737.
is there
I got a question.
Councillor Humphrey.
So the total funding source is 6,900,000. And the funding is 2,700,000? Is that, and we were looking for public works surfaced roads being the other 4,200?
Yeah, so exactly that. So the LGFF is the 2 million, the gas tax is the 700,000. Those can be stacked into a following year. It could be reallocated to another project if necessary. Or we could use those funds, and if we're reducing the capital program, my suggestion would be that we would continue to use those grant fundings for that project and just reduce the draw on the public works surface roads restricted surplus.
Right, right. And the two that we're talking about that won't make a big impact would be the Arbutus Road and the Rainbow Ford?
That's correct. Rainbow Ford Road, if council choose to defer that for in a period of time, there are definitely some concerns with the narrowness of that road. And, you know, the overlay, it does make it a little bit more narrow. It is interesting that the town's portion, because I would say the town's portion is in worse shape than ours, for that to be deferred for so long. It's hard to argue that we should go out and do ours if theirs has been deferred that long. What I would likely recommend is that we will come back with a maintenance plan, either do a chip seal on that portion of road in order to protect our infrastructure, because we are seeing fatigue. And as a maintenance item there, to do a chip seal on our roads there helps bridge that gap in order to extend the life of our asphalt. So I certainly wouldn't be opposed, or it's not my place to be opposed, but you know, to removing the Arbutus Road project, we'll monitor that as well as the Rainbow Ford Road there, and we'll come back with a maintenance plan for that section of road.
How long does that postpone it if we do the maintenance plan with the surface chipping?
It would maybe probably give us another 5 years.
Okay.
Right. That'd be fair, but then, of course, if we develop the plan, I don't even have the estimate here today for it. We wouldn't do that, if we develop the plan in 2026, you know, implement the maintenance plan in 27. Of course, we'll monitor it over the course of the spring. I'll be able to get better information back on some, say, what those rehabilitation type methods would be, but likely a chip seal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So on that item, if there was gonna be a resurfacing or chip sealing, right now there's currently $4.2 million in public works for the surface roads, right? But that would be, we'd be removing the asphalt overlay, but would that be, what would the cost be for the overlay versus the chip sealing?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna ask me that.
Okay.
I don't wanna run away and just, but if you give me some time, I can get you that number. Or I just have to, I know what the basic cost per kilometer is, it's 250,000. Yeah, but if you give us some time there, we can figure out what a maintenance chip seal, if we wanna do that in 26.
Otherwise, we can talk about it and we can determine that value in 2026 and do the maintenance program in 2027 with the chip seal.
Yeah.
Right, I was just, the reason I asked it, if we were gonna amend that budgeted item for 2026, but then have to do a budget adjustment later on to accommodate for the chip sealing that might be needed, maybe just, I was thinking leave it as is, but, or we can adjust it right now, have the information brought back to council later on in 2026 for the improvement in 2027, like Mr. Magnus has explained. So if we wanted to adjust the 4.2 million, we could reduce it by the $730,000.
Plus the 520 for the Arbutus portion one month. That's no longer that long.
So it'd be a total reduction of 1,250,000.
$1,260,000.
50, I think. It's the combination of is that right, Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, it's,
The combination, the 520 plus.
520 plus 737.
Oh, 737?
Yep.
Okay.
So
So $1,257,000 reduction in the asphalt overlay budget.
so reduction of,
1,257,000.
right, and I was gonna go the other way with the approval of, rather than
Oh,
the
the-
reduction, I was gonna make it a positive motion, but the new amount, rather than 4.2 million, would be
Okay.
4.2
just-
minus the 1 point.
Gonna make me use my brain. $2,943,000.
Okay, so I'll put a motion on the floor that the committee recommend to council that the asphalt overlay local roads 2026 budget for public works is $3 million.
The county's portion, yeah, sorry, I should have, cause the total budget is actually 6.9, right? The 4.2 is, the projects that are not grant funded, so just let me calculate what that other number is, because I was using just the county's portion here. So 6,900.
If I could just add a little bit more information there, chip seal is about $32,000 a kilometer, so that portion of the road would be about $105,000 for a chip seal. But then that can be utilized in 27.
5,643,000 would be the overall asphalt overlay program for 2026.
Okay. I'm gonna, I'll withdraw my motion that was specifically to the public works surface roads budget, but, so I've withdrawn that and I'll make a new motion that the committee recommend to council the budget for the asphalt overlay local roads 2026 budget be 5.6 million, 5,643,000 there.
Thank you.
Okay. No further discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed.
Okay, the heated storage and the 4 million addition to the restricted surplus for the Ochese Road.
And
The Ochese Road is just in the restricted surplus documents, so there's really no details in the budget binder about that. It was just really getting council's, no, the heated storage is in there.
I'm gonna check that a little bit there. I think there was some discussion when I did the resource roads project because of the defining what the $650,000 was for the Ochese Road in 2026. So I agree there was the restricted surplus adjustment, but I believe there was conversation maybe needed to be had about the 2026 resource road project, the Ochese Road project, identifying again that there was the $450,000 commitment for the realignment of Clearwater County's road for the purpose of the Ochese Bridge, as well as there was $200,000 that was identified by request of the previous council strategic planning committee that the detailed design move forward in 2026.
Oh, sorry,
that-
yes.
That was a commitment that was made in that budget line that I think maybe warrant additional discussion. That is on page 25.
Thank you. Yes, and then also, that's maybe not included in that detail, is that $1.4 million, just to bring that total up to what the new cost of 1/3 of that project is. And administration just was wanting direction if that needed to happen in 2026 or not. Oh, Director Hansen does have details about that in there. Thank you.
so, Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. For clarification, Mr. Hanson, right now the ask is for $650 in 2026, strictly for, well, sorry, go ahead.
Finish your question.
Well, that there's, I just have it noted here that there's $450 already committed to this.
That's correct.
Okay.
So yeah, so just to explain a little bit more clear, and I apologize there, I sometimes, I assume too much. So, that $650,000 includes two asks. And one is the $450,000, which was a previous commitment by motion by the previous council to, cost contribute to the Ochis project as they realign our road into their bridge. So that was a discussion that we've had with the previous council. In our opinion, that $450,000 is committed to that project. The $200,000, which is the other portion, is for detailed design, tender development, getting ready for construction of our portion of that road. So that would be, in essence, I would recommend that we do that detailed design if we intended on constructing in 2027. If council does not intend on constructing the Ochis Road in 2027, I would recommend only doing that work 1 year prior due to the permitting. And they say the tender development there, because with an undetermined date of when you're actually gonna construct, there'll be a potential of investment lost of that detailed design.
Is there any further information as to a third funding partner for this project? The committee has not been made aware of?
We've had no indications of an additional third partner as of yet.
Then at this time, I would make the recommendation that the budget for this, I don't even know what to call this project exactly, because it's two different projects. But for the 2026 year, be $450,000.
Okay, so I'll just add a comment on there just for clarification on the motion. The motion is to support the $450,000 budget required to realign the new bridge across the Baptiste River. For $450,000 for bridge realignment.
Anyone wish to speak to that?
Councillor McCulley.
1,000 isn't required this year? And putting money away, you don't think we should be putting money away for, this project isn't gonna come to us likely this year, next year to save up for the eventual paving when it comes?
I guess that could be a separate motion to add to that restricted surplus.
Well, I'd like to make that, yeah, we have to do all in the first one, motion first, then add the second.
Yeah, right now we do have a motion on the floor to, that the committee recommends the 2026 budget for the resource road be $450,000 for 2026. Okay, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Yeah, and I'll just provide clarity for the second motion is basically, council is over the years has put in the resource road restricted surplus based off the current estimates, what we believe 1/3 would be. The longer we wait, unfortunately, the higher the cost goes, so then the restricted surplus becomes insufficient. So we've always kind of claimed that we've always had our 1/3 available, ready to go if and when that third party ever comes to that table. Right now, we've just identified that there is a little bit of a shortfall because it's not 24 million anymore, it is, $26.5 million. So that reallocation doesn't have to happen today. It could be looked at in a larger picture of as you're rebalancing your restricted surpluses, or it could be something specific. There again, it's not a rush, I wouldn't think, because we do not plan on moving forward this project in 26 or even likely 27. But it definitely needs to be front of mind that we have a new estimate and our restricted surplus looks like it has a little bit of a shortfall. But maybe that's better as a larger picture discussion when you're looking at all your restricted surpluses. Just a thought idea.
Councillor Humphrey.
How long does this commitment to this 1/3 that we've got going there, how long does that go? Because how long has it been going? We've committed to 1/3 and we're still committing to it and the price is going up. Most things have an end date where, you know, if we're doing it, it's gotta be done by this time or we're not doing it.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, and to provide some history there, this was identified as one of the top priorities for paving. It is the highest traffic count gravel road that I'm aware of in Clearwater County at this time. There was no end date, and pleased to clarify, because I don't want to mix words, this has been a priority for many years of Clearwater County and supported over many councils. This isn't a legal commitment. So it's always this is council's discretion. There's no agreement that attaches to this. Clearwater County viewed the Ochese Road similar to the Sunchild Road, if I may, Councillor Humphrey. Sunchild Road went into the reconstruction and paving of that road under partnership, a third federal, a third provincial, a third municipal. You know, the Ochese Road, 42-5A, fits well within that description as well. As, you know, it's a municipal priority, provincial priority as it's heavily resource-based, and it should be a federal priority going into a neighboring community as well. And that supports the past philosophy of this. But it is council's priority. It isn't policy-driven. It isn't a legal agreement.
So how long did it take the Sunchild, how many decades did it take for that to take place?
Well, we started construction 2009, it was paved in 2011. Now, there was numerous conversations prior to it. There was just more motivation, I guess, at the time, whether it be the federal government agencies. One thing we haven't mentioned too is that in the document there, it does reference a provincial grant, and we've had that letter now. It's actually not a grant, it was more of a letter of commitment from the provincial government for the $8 million. They have asked us, you know, like, what are your intentions? Because they basically had that money sitting there, and so there is that potential that money is at risk from the provincial government. But so that's important as well. It's unfortunate, like there's been, you know, I know even Rick and the former Reeve flew all the way out to Ottawa to speak to the federal counterparts there as part of the lobby group, combined with some of the nation members, and still no indications of any of that money coming our way. It's we've just remained hopeful, and the lobby group and the lobby effort continues.
Yeah, because it seems like we have two parties that are willing to go forward and putting up, but the third party, being the federal government, dragging their feet is just costing more money every year. So frustrating.
Yes.
I don't know if that helps us any, the fact that we're frustrated, but I just wondered if there would be an end date where then it's off the table, and because where does it end? What if this goes on for 10 years? What will the price be then?
Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, so the county right now has a reserve of $26,000 in place at the current date for the 1/3 of the project?
Yeah, so at the end of 2025, the projected balance of that restricted surplus is $8 million. And then with the use of the 450,000 coming out for the bridge realignment, that would put it down to 7,550,000. So needing, an addition to that restricted surplus over whatever time frame. And then I guess whatever that project is expected to be by whatever that time frame is.
Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey?
I'm thinking that we should, perhaps we need to make a recommendation that we leave it where it is. And if and when that extra third shows up, then we would have to be looking to allocate the funds at that time. Which is what we would have to do pretty much anyhow, right?
Yeah, we could choose to reallocate surplus or dollars to this account later on.
Yeah.
If we chose to. I know that
Guess
there
that's
are,
what I was trying to say.
their consultant is lobbying very hard. And even with the provincial government, with Minister Dreeshen and other MLAs and minister within the Alberta government to increase their share from 1/3 to more if they can get it. Councillor McCauley.
The addition of these funds, if we choose to put them in, they'd come from surplus, is that correct?
It would come from either a budgeted surplus amount in whatever specific year, or at the end of the year, additional surpluses that were recognized through efficiencies. The council has the opportunity to allocate at that time also.
So do we currently have the surplus available to put it in the account?
So in the budget documents, it's stating that $0.4 million of surplus would be going in there in 2026. So what I would suggest, if that doesn't have to happen in 2026, there's 700, I don't know for sure how many of these have been. There's some operating increases that have been identified earlier today that will decrease the amount of surplus available, so that those restricted surplus funds or those surplus funds could be reallocated to those operational projects that were added, as well as identifying maybe less coming out of that operations and administrative facility to fund some of the shortfalls in other projects.
Councillor McKay.
Mr. Ann, for clarification, other than just being noted here in the description of the resource roads budget, that 1.45 million does not appear to be a line item on the budget anywhere.
On page S23, which shows the additions and uses of the 2026 restricted surplus dollars, and then it would be, the additions probably don't show up anywhere else. The uses do, but not.
Where's S20? Oh, that's, oh boy.
That's in that restricted surplus tab. That's the look. Yeah, it's the summary document, so S23, under the restricted surplus tab.
Okay. Again with the page flipping. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other items that don't show up in the descripted portion of the budget that would also show up in here like this, or is this a one-off?
The additions don't show up likely anywhere else. I don't think in any of the detailed documents except the uses do. So in order to make the use work, and this 19,398, 311 is what was budgeted in your 4-year financial plan as far as surpluses being identified to be allocated. So once council has a good handle on what their priorities and projects are, administration would work to ensure that those surplus funds get allocated to those priorities.
Thank you.
And again, there, you know, you really need at least a half a day, if not a full day of, you know, talking through strategic planning on these restricted surpluses.
And this council will, through future strategic planning meetings, will have opportunities to set priorities and,
Yes.
yeah. Any further discussion on this item? I don't see any further discussion on this matter. Heated storage was mentioned. Page 42, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mr. Hanson.
Perfect. No, I think it's important, it's great that we're going through these items. I'm just gonna give a quick reminder, overview of the project itself. So the heated storage facility is basically a truck barn, scheduled to be located at the north quarter, directly adjacent to our salt sand storage facility. So we've had numerous discussions with the previous council about the service level and the, describing how the relationship between our technicians and facilitating the plow trucks in the service shop, as well as there's been discussion about the parking of the waste facilities in the broadband facility. There was a need there at one time for broadband to utilize those 2 bays. There has been since arrangements made, whether it be temporary, permanent, but this really is a, say a 30, 40-year plan there for our truck storage. So the project itself includes 8 100-foot drive-through bays. And then on the end, there is not much of any facilities on that north quarter for, any plumbing or washroom facilities or safety center or whatever. So we did want to include that in there as well. So it'd have a washroom, storage room, mechanical room, coffee room. Of course, pressure washers, compressors, the typical truck barn, or not a mechanic shop. This is really strictly for trucks, but we still need, let's say, air, water, et cetera, there to maintain the building and our fleet. There is power, natural gas to the area, but of course this would have to be extended to the building. There is no current septic holding tank, or there's no municipal services in the area, so there a septic tank would be required. We would consider that as being a temporary measure, as this council hasn't had the benefit of the discussions of the future plan of that north quarter. We actually never even really talked about it with the last council either. It wasn't really a priority to discuss, but there was some long-term plans, in correlation with the town extending actually the possibility of municipal services to the north there, partly as from a joint development economic driver, as well as it would provide more opportunities for that quarter section. But of course it can be, as most quarter sections can do, you can have standalone systems as well. So the price tag, we're estimating, $250 a square foot. I think that's conservative there on a building that size at 22,000 square feet. But an estimate's an estimate today. With the tariffs and concrete and steel prices there, we'd be looking at a steel pre-eng building likely. But that would go out to tender to come up with the best solution. We're not stuck on a steel building. If a wood building comes in cheaper, we would go with that. So engineering, site work, servicing, a lot of the site grading itself has been done because back in 2015 through 17, that 32 acres was stripped, graded with the footprint for the new civic building as well as the shop and the heated storage area. So this fits that historic plan, which this council has no benefit of seeing yet, you know, but in the future, you know, we'd want to share those future plans with you. The stormwater pond is already constructed. So yeah, so with all those additional works, we're looking at $5,500,000 for the building, conservative, I know, plus another $1.5 million for the engineering, site work, servicing, equipment, contingency. And then that brings us a total of approximately $7 million. And I know Kurt is here to talk about some of the operational constraints that he has with his team there that kind of drives the need for this facility, and I'm sure he'd be happy to discuss if you need be.
Councillor McKay.
I believe that deferring this project until at least 2027, until this council, this committee has had a chance to develop their own strategic plan and fully understand the usage and needs of that area, of that north quarter, because proceeding with a project like this, I think might be short-sighted when we could possibly include something for the solid waste facility or something else at that facility. I just believe proceeding with this project alone at this time is not beneficial. So with that, I guess I would. Oh,
Mr. Magnus, please.
Further to your comment, committee member McKay, we can then too, I like your thinking there, if that's your intent, that allows us the opportunity as well in 2026 to provide you an in-depth operational analysis of that building as well, in terms of the effect of having that building on operations. So that would allow us that opportunity to present that to you in 2026 as well, to help build the entire story.
thank you, Director Magnus. Now, to provide that to council, would you require some budget here?
No.
To perform that, or that would be within?
We can do that in-house. You guys, yeah. And that's
So-
ready to go to at any time in 2026. We can give you an operational perspective. The advantages of having that storage out at that site. Yeah.
Thank you. So is Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, because this project does tie in closely to the central solid waste facility as well. So it hasn't been brought up as a parking lot item there, but these do kind of interconnect, you know, as we talk about the new location of the central solid waste storage or central solid waste and recycling facility, which would be directly west. I believe in 2026 is actually detailed design. So we might not want to go forward with their detailed design until we have those discussions either. So that might be something we want to bring to light on or shed a light on for that project as well, so we can get a better understanding before we move forward with detailed design on a project you guys aren't even familiar with yet. So outside of the heated storage discussion, I think we might just have to swing right into that central solid waste and recycling facility.
For the budgeted amount that would be detailed design for the heated storage?
Yeah, so so heated storage, you know, so we're very comfortable with just zeroing that project amount out. But I said, I think we do need to look at, is there any point in moving forward with the detailed design for the central solid waste and recycling facility if you're looking at this property as a whole again?
Right. What page is the detailed design on for the solid waste? Because if we're gonna. So. Go to 55.
That's page 45.
Right, so we have $275,000 budgeted for 2026 for detailed design on solid waste, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right, so if we're gonna postpone one, really would make sense then to postpone both. Okay.
That's probably two recommendations.
Yeah, two separate budget items, so it should be a motion following on each, but I know council, okay, I do have a motion drafted. I move that the committee recommend to council to postpone the heated storage facility budget of $7 million to 2027. Any discussion? No? Oh, Councillor McCauley.
What would the project cost increase by waiting a year? What are we looking at for increases, or what have you seen for increases year over year? I know it's hard to nail those down, but
Director Hansen.
3%. Maybe the tariffs will be gone by then.
Yeah, that's just it, it could be cheaper.
You don't know, really don't know. It's,
I've always just wondered about the location, so I think with the council, to be able to have the opportunity to, all of council to have the opportunity to tour that area, there might be some new ideas that come out through strategic planning in the future. So if there is no further discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Now going over to the detailed design of the solid waste central transfer station. Discussions, motions? If not, I'll make another motion. I move that the committee recommend to council to postpone the solid waste design and planning of $275,000 for the 2026 budget, postponed till 2027. Did you capture that all right, Jana? Yeah, okay. I don't see any discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is passed. Councillor McKay.
Has administration had a chance to gather the information on cemeteries they were?
I do have most of it here, I can, you like me to send it to you, or
I think we're,
just have it here for reference?
I think we would like to have a discussion on that item.
Okay.
Just trying to, I can't remember which page it's on. If somebody has that page number handy.
It's towards the end. 49.
it's 49, yep.
Maybe you could start, Ms. Van Newkirk, by reminding us what exactly it was we were asking for, because it's been a long 2 days.
I think it was along the number of plots.
Yes, there was a various questions. I just
Yeah.
we went back and listened to
Yeah.
yesterday, and there was a number of questions, so I can start, so I kind of have a list, so.
Yes, please.
Okay, so one of the questions was, the population actuals versus seasonal in Nordeg. We did reach out to, Economic Development Officer Jerry Pratt, and he did determine that there's no census for Nordeg specifically, but he estimates winter population of about 120 full-time residents, and summer to be around 400 to 450 full-time residents. And that there are over 400 residential properties paying taxes in Nordeg. On to the next one, there was a question about how many plots have been purchased versus how many have been utilized at the old Nordeg Cemetery. So for burial, there's 110 plots total. 27 of those were interred, 77 sold, and there's 6 left for sale. And there's also a total of 57 plots for cremation, and there's 0 of those left for sale at the old cemetery. So there's only the 6 burial plots left for sale at the old cemetery.
Right, that's, and 27 have been purchased but not used.
That's right.
Okay. Councillor Humphrey.
is there, at the Nordeg Cemetery, do they have the same as a lot of cemeteries where they're allowed to inter their loved ones if they're cremated in the same burial plot?
I will just ask Whitney to come up. She's been working with cemeteries a lot longer than I have. She'll be able to better answer that question.
So yes, so for the Nordic Cemetery, you can either have one casket burial or you can have up to 4 cremations in that plot.
Are you not allowed to have the one casket burial and the 4 on
You
top?
can't have 4, you can have 2. If there's a casket in there, then you can have 2. And then if there is no casket, then it's 4. It's just because of depth, like we have to have a specific amount for each cremation plot, and then there's also a specific amount for burial, so it doesn't leave a lot of space.
Who, like for depth, are you piling them one on top of the other? Or?
So for cremation plots, we don't do that because it's very hard, like if somebody passes away like in 2000 and then somebody else is buried 20 years later, then it's really difficult to tell where that cremation urn is. So we just kind of keep track of like which section of the plot it's been buried in. But to do it like on top of each other, it gets a little tricky that way.
So who makes the rules?
I inherited this from planning in 2018, and it came with guidelines.
Because other cemeteries, and again, I'm gonna reference Leslieville because it's fresh in my mind.
Yeah.
You're allowed to have a burial, and then if you have one casket burial, then you can put 6 cremations on top, and all they've done is taken that plot and divided it equally into 6 portions. Because the cremation doesn't need to be as deep as your casket when you're burying it.
That is true. We do have like for our guidelines, it's 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet for a cremation plot. And our plots are only 4 by 8. So it is part of the survey as well, like the plot survey that BMOCO did.
Okay, so we could change that and allow 6, and that would open up for more cremations to be put, so the family could be put together.
It depends on family if they want to have like a more of a mass burial in one plot. If they want to have individual plots, that's up to them.
Yeah, but we could make that, we
Potential.
could take the rules on that where you have for 2, we could expand those so that they would be more in line with other
For the new
cemetery.
cemetery or
Yeah.
for the current cemetery?
For the new one.
The new
it
one,
would
yeah,
have
we
to
could
be.
definitely look into,
Which would affect the 6 that we have left too, to sell, if we made these changes.
I would
It
have to check on the survey for that and talk to BMOCO about if that's possible. There's gotta be a reason why they did it the way they did it. So I'm not sure if it's a bedrock thing because Nordig is on bedrock, and it could be that you can't go that deep. I'm not entirely sure.
They're not burying people there as deep as normal cemeteries?
I don't know. This is the only one I run, so I'm not sure on all the other
Because if they are,
cemeteries.
I mean, the fill on top isn't bedrock, and that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, they do have struggles getting down, I know that, especially if it's a casket burial.
So we could look into that then,
Yeah,
and bring it back to council.
sure.
With information. I think it's important, especially going forward when we're looking at the new cemetery, to have that, and all it is flexibility, so if somebody buys that plot, they have the ability to put, to bury one family member and put up to 6 in the same plot.
Yeah,
Family members, if they want, we're not saying they have to.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they'd have that ability, and I think there's a lot of people leaning that way
Okay.
nowadays.
yeah, for sure, I can get that for you.
Councillor Letwin, please.
Yes, also could you look at the existing lots that have the burials in them and seeing if we could prorate what Councillor Humphrey is saying. If there's a single casket buried there and they still have loved ones, want to be buried there or under cremation, that can be proactive into the old cemetery.
Okay, so you'd like me to contact all the individuals that have been buried there? Like the families?
Perhaps.
No? Okay.
Councillor Humphrey. Yeah, Sorry.
No. It would just be to change the rules so that if they wanted to, they'd have that ability. We don't need to contact them and say that. But when it was done, and we said, hey, now we can bury up to 6 of your loved ones
Okay.
on that same plot with, if grandpa and grandma are buried there, and now maybe the children, they decide, well, we want to be cremated, they could be buried on the same place, and a lot of people would be, and not saying everybody would want that, but there would be people who would like that.
Okay.
And it just becomes an option, it's nothing, they don't have to.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Question that was asked was the amount of acres that the new cemetery is. And it is 9.44 acres, and that includes the setbacks from the creek that are nearby.
Okay, so the site itself actually isn't 9.4 because there's a
Yeah, there
buffer
was a
that's.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Letwin?
I was just wondering, how much is the setback from the creek on that?
Kate and Eric may better be able to answer that, sorry. Does Eric, do you know the?
I think, if that was from the subdivision file, where the acreage was
I
on?
believe so.
Yeah, I apologize, I think what, Kate probably scaled it off of, one of our drawings there in order to come up with the 6, so. But I probably trust the survey drawing more. It's larger than I thought. I wouldn't mind, talking about the budget though, you know, and I guess the detailed, this one is unique because it's new to us, as a cemetery to take over, and then the development of such. Basically, the last council had the benefit of the consultants coming in and providing the big overview of all these amenities and the site selection, all these wonderful things, that different types of burials that they've been offered up. And we've created the budget based off of a cemetery architect's design. So there's a couple of ways to move forward. You know, if there seems to be some reservation about the dollar investment. So we can either come back with more of a detailed plan and actually have more council input on the amenities that they would like to see. Right now, we're starting from, the earthworks are completed. So this is phase 2, which includes all the goodies, you know, whether it be columbariums, or whether it be benches, gazebos, the shrubs and all the other gabion walls, etc., and entrance signs. Administratively, we already looked at this and thought it's pretty over the top, and we're making adjustments ourselves, but perhaps if council would like to be more involved in the amenities that are included in this cemetery, what we could do is to bring that back in 2025 to get your input on to what you would like to see for amenities in the cemetery.
Also, Kate had, why does the word escape me, but had asked to be set aside $50,000 just to finish up the 2025 work in 2026, and then the rest could get moved to 2026.
Yeah, it would really, so we do have, the contractor, there's just a little bit of work left. As Kate had indicated, $50,000 to complete that contract. We already have the holdback in another account, so that's already been accounted for. And that would give, they say, that an opportunity for council to say, move this to 2027 and get eyes on the goodie plan, a terrible word, for the amenities, and go from there. That's one option.
Councillor Letwin.
What type of dirt work is the contractor doing right now to finish up for $50,000 this time of the year?
It's basically, final consolidation of the access road, all the final gravel works for the pathways and the road itself. And whatever else.
This is what he's constructing as we speak?
No.
No.
This was basically, we are in winter shutdown right now. So
Okay.
we were that close to getting it done, we were like 99% done. And so this was just the awarded contract from last year, this would be the amount left owing to them to finish that work. And seating as well.
So this project started then in 2025 or 24?
Well, this was 25.
25, okay. So what was our budget for 2025? $550,000? Okay.
No, it wouldn't be, this is only 26, or does it show the 25 budget?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I was trying to figure my numbers. Okay, thank you, got the numbers here.
So right now, there's a little bit more, the $50,000 worth of earthworks that will take place in 2026. So we could postpone this, all the landscape features and everything, give council an opportunity to be able to have a tour of the site, and so we could postpone. You'd need a minimum of $50,000 in the 2026 budget in this item? Okay. Okay, so Councillor Humphrey.
I just have another question. Did we get a number or of the burials for the last 5 to 10 years? Did we get that? And I just didn't get it written down.
Yeah, that was one of the next ones I was gonna get to. I have it here. So on average, there was 3 to 5 burials per year, with 4 burials in 2025.
And further to that, were those ones that were already purchased, or were these purchased at that time?
I believe it was a combination. Yeah, it was a combination of ones that were previously purchased and newly purchased ones.
And was it like more to the ones that were already purchased, or
Yes.
so like, we looking at 75-25 split?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so probably about 1 new one per year? Average? Like one new lot? For the burials, if there was 4, 3 were existing plots and 1 new plot was purchased per year?
Yeah, that's about average for that.
Okay, so and then having the 6 right now takes a little bit of the pressure because we've got 6 new ones. And if we stick to that, 3 existing ones being used for burial and 1 new one per year, even if it was 2 per year, we'd be good for like 3 years, right?
So it depends on how many plots I sell in a year. Like last year I sold 12, this year I sold 2.
Okay.
And yeah, so once the plots are sold,
So then
they're sold.
that falls into that other category?
Yeah,
Okay. I was
so
wondering
we
if
could
these were-
have 1 to 3 years left,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect, thanks for that clarification.
Oh, this was for Director Hanson, this question? Good. We need $50,000 from the 2026 budget for the 2025 budget, is that correct?
That's actually pretty close. So we need we need $50,000, so removing the 1.3 out of 2026. I would need $50,000 to complete the work left over from 2025.
To take out for what, sorry?
Sorry, so if we're removing the $1.3 million out of the 2026 budget,
Yes.
moving that. I just need $50,000 to finish the work from the contract commitment from 2025. So that 2026 number would go from 1.3 down to 50,000.
So in other words, the contractor won't be done in 2025, is what you're saying?
That's correct. Yeah, he's gotta come back this
So he'll finish
spring.
it in 2026?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Well, we don't, if we wanna, that course of construction take its place and continue on with the development of the cemetery in Nordegg, no motions would be needed. The funding is there for the 2026 year, or if there's a will to reduce that amount, that's also an option as well. Councillor McKay.
I would make the motion that this committee, are we recommending to council?
Yeah.
Recommend to council to budget $50,000 for the 2026 year for the Nordegg Cemetery, and that the remainder of the funds be deferred until 2027.
Councillor Powell.
Just for clarification before we vote, but what happens if they sell the plots and then someone dies and needs to be buried? Then what do we do?
What?
So we're halting production on going further on the cemetery. And she said there's 6 plots left, is that what you said? So just say in the next 3 months, just hypothetically, somebody comes in and purchases 6 of the plots, and then someone dies and needs to be buried out there. Then what?
What if they don't?
But what if they do? Just hold on, just what we learned yesterday, isn't it on the municipality? If there's nowhere for someone to be buried, we have to provide that? Or am I mistaken?
Mr. Emmons.
Yeah, so if I may do my best to provide some clarity, if there is an existing cemetery and it's being managed by a volunteer group, and they say, you know what, we're done with it, legislation defaults that existing cemetery to the responsibility of the municipality. If there isn't a cemetery available, then the family would be looking at other areas. You know, you wouldn't have the luxury of being buried, if you're from Nordegg, raised in Nordegg, and that's personal to you, you wouldn't have that luxury of being in Nordegg, you might be in Hesperl or,
Okay.
you know, there's no legal requirement that the community have a cemetery, but if you do, then ultimately the responsibility does default, if that's.
Okay, I just need some clarification. Sorry, I'm not challenging what you're saying. I just was curious after the email and stuff yesterday. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. No, we did have a presentation from the Leicestville Cemetery Board and the importance of having a cemetery available for family members and community members in that area. So, Councillor McKay.
The Nordegg Cemetery, was it not stated yesterday that you have to be from Nordegg to be buried there?
Presently, you have to be from or have historical ties to Nordegg. So if your father was buried there and was a minor, then yes, you can be buried there, but we do ask for birth certificates for that. The new cemetery will be open to Clearwater County residents. We are having discussions on whether or not we would open that to any public, but if it was anybody outside of Clearwater County resident, there would be a substantial increase in fees for that person.
Thank you. I guess, just to further that point, there are 6 plots remaining for a town of a population of 50, of which I'm sure those people already have a plot. I'm assuming. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But there would have to be some sort of catastrophe that within a year that all of those plots would be needed.
It's not whether they'd be needed, it's whether they'd be sold. She sold 12 last year.
So what could happen is
It was just said that there was only one sold last year.
No, this year I sold 2.
Or two.
Last year I sold 12.
So what could technically happen is, yeah, the remaining 6 could be sold, and then there would be none available if somebody was to pass away.
Yeah, but we're not putting this off forever. We just need to understand what we're building.
I just want clarification. Because of an email I got yesterday. So I just needed to have clarification. So that's why I asked the question. I wasn't debating your motion. I was just asking for clarification.
Councillor Letwin.
Mr. Emmett, again, the $50,000 for next year, so what you're saying is the contractor's burnt up his $550,000 this year, so he's over budget technically because he didn't finish his job in 2025.
No, that's not correct. We have a project completion date, but there was, winter shutdown does come with no penalty when it comes to, we're able to get it done in the construction season. So it wasn't over budget, it's just basically all the money was not expended in 2025, it just needs to be just carried forward into 2026.
You just carried more where, sir?
You just carry forward, the contract amount was set in 2025.
Right.
They did as much work as they could, so it's not over budget, it's over time, right? So we were hoping to get it done in 25, but we have to extend it in 2026.
So then, these numbers here are the extra money left over from 2025. Is that correct? That's why you need 50,000 for next year?
Yeah, so we'll give
Sorry.
Kate to go.
I'll blame a little bit of my numbers on my cold that had developed really fast. So to kind of clarify, need my COVID predictions back. I guess Patina's okay with it. So to clarify, we had a set budget in 2025 based on the estimate from the Architectural Association plus engineering. That project, after we tendered it, including contingency, engineering, and sidewalk bonus, ended up coming in at $512,000, which was approximately $400,000 under budget. Within that, we set the project cost to be about $600,000. However, that would include placing material on Center Street for the bulking of it to help save costs for that project. However, due to the historical resources, we were unable to. So we did save those costs, and the whole contract again is back to $512,000. The amount spent to date, I apologize, I misspoke, it is $436,000. So we haven't quite spent as much than we have. So the remaining amount, based on easy math, would be in the contract. If we were to spend the contingency, we would need $75,000 for next year.
We'll move from this year's budget to next year's budget.
Yeah, it would be in that carry forward section.
Carry
So it
forward,
was
okay, that's
technically
what
already accounted for, plus some in our 2025 restricted surplus allocation budget. So this would we wouldn't be asking for necessarily new money in 26 to pay out the remaining of the contract. It would just be the carry forward, what was already priorly committed. And then whatever cost savings we may have. Because technically in 2025, our 2026 budget was closer to, I just showed Eric, 930,000, I think. Yeah, so the 1.3 is the carryover from 25 plus new money. And if we're gonna scale back, we would just need the amount to pay out the remaining contract, which is approximately, if contingency is used, which I guess I'm foreseeing, would be approximately 75,000, but I have to confirm exact numbers when I get back.
Thank you for clarifying that
yeah.
detail for me, because it just seemed like.
Yeah, sorry, and yeah,
this much
yesterday.
money this year, and we need some for next year.
Yeah, by Nordic, I was starting to get a little foggy apparently.
So,
Very good.
and
Thank
Kate, you just included, what we didn't account for was actually this architectural consultant that we actually have on
Yeah.
retainer has been assisting us and council since the beginning, and that was actually not, so there would be still a contract left with them, so without without knowing exactly what that number is, there's two ways we can do it. Either we can add a little bit more money into it now, so we don't have to come back and ask for something later, or if we can add a buffer to that to make sure that our contractual obligations to this architect are accounted for.
Yeah, and I
So,
don't know.
so if we're saying $75,000, if we move that up to $275,000, without knowing what the number is, that way we don't have to do a budget adjustment there to pay a commitment to the architect. And then still, as I said, finish off the plan and get council that information to do that plan, to look at the amenities, so. So instead of 1.3, I would propose 275.
Yeah, and again, that would be encompassed in 2025 committed money pushed forward to 2026. It wouldn't be new.
It's not new money.
Yeah.
Just carry forward.
Yes, to be clear, the budget for that project in 2025 was $1,070,000. So there is money available in there to be carried forward. Even the 275 is fully available through the 2025 budget.
Councillor,
Thank you.
Councillor Humphrey.
Holy crap. So now we're gonna go back to the grave plot issue. Yes, that's where I'm headed. I was like, wow. My head's spinning, sorry.
No, that's all right. I can,
May just, if we move that money forward and go ahead with the motion, I like that. We're not stopping the cemetery. We're just giving ourselves time to get out and look at it. And as administration said, they can come forward with us based on some recommendations we'd be able to give them on perhaps a new vision for this that would, I don't know, be more realistic, more in line with maybe what this council has for a vision for cemeteries. This seems pretty extravagant with all kinds of different issues, and it maybe gives administration time to come forward with some answers to some of the questions that we've been talking about. And we can look at, I'm not sure, maybe even modifications to this to bring it down, bring that cost down, that 1.5 million in that range that we're looking at, to maybe something more realistic. I think that's where we were going with this, is just to give them enough to go forward and do what needs to be done to clear up this year's, and then give us time to look at it if I'm wrapping my head around it correctly.
Councillor McKay.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion on the floor, that the amount that committee recommends to council to budget for the Nordegg Cemetery in 2026 is increased to $250,000. Just for easy math, 275 is annoying. Sorry.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Councillor McKay? No. I know that there's lots of comparisons between this cemetery and the Leslieville Cemetery, and it's coincidental that we're talking about both in such a close time. The Leslieville, this cemetery is roughly twice its size. That Leslieville was roughly 5 acres, I think.
Plus the other 5 that we're working on, so it'd be the same size.
Right, but the new addition was 5 acres, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so the new addition was 5 to develop a new 5 acre cemetery. This was a 9.3 acre cemetery. I'm just trying to, size-wise, for the developed area. So if you were to take the one at Leslieville and double the size, it would have doubled the price, which would be similar in size to this cemetery.
But would we not be able to do it in stages? Because it wouldn't need to be developed, this 9 acres all at once. I'm sure we could phase it back and develop, even though we got all that, develop it. And then have it, I don't even know how much of that, there's no tree clearing. I think it's, what stage is this at now?
Phase one.
Which is,
That it, like, if we can get to the point where we can bury people, that will give us 25 years of burials. And then it will,
that will be after phase 2?
phase 2 will be 50 years. So there's like 3 phases that were proposed, and there's a 25-year plan, a 50-year plan, and a 100-year plan. So in the end, like, all the numbers that I have are for like a 100-year plan. But we could potentially just stick with phase 1 and have a 25-year plan and then revisit.
I think this will give us time to examine all that by going ahead with this motion and recommendation to council.
Councillor, that one?
So this can be done in phases, is what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely.
And so is this the budget for the first phase? And there's other budgets to come for following phases? Or is this the total budget that we're looking at on this paper?
An Eric question, sorry.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of the nomenclature. I'm referring phase 1 as being the grading, but that's as a project phase, that's how I refer to it. Obviously, this 2026 year would be phase 1 of the burial amenity phase. So there again, I think you're absolutely right, Councillor Humphrey there. I think this would be an opportunity to get that plan and get this committee a better understanding of the long-range plan. Apparently our own understanding of this plan to be improved thereupon, we do that in the new year.
And so we'd be looking at 2 other phases then, following this first phase?
Yeah.
So we'd be looking at another $4 million to complete this graveyard, and then any extras on top of it?
Yeah.
Correct, so the total cost would be around $6 million for this project?
I don't know that each phase would have the equal value, so I can't speak to that. And I think that, I say, bringing that, this plan that was developed by the architect and then revising it as council sees fit will provide you the new clarity for that. But I don't know that it was exactly $2 million per phase, I don't know that. I know this is the first phase.
This is the architect that's hired full-time?
No, this was a contract architect there's only a few cemetery architects available in the area. I know this one has been with us for the past couple of years that went on this one project specifically. But yeah, we'll be bringing that information that they brought to us forward there, but it's definitely, we can amend that plan.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a comment, and maybe an amendment to the motion on the floor possibly, to allow for as Councillor McKay's motion is to allow for $250,000 in the 2026 budget. The remaining amount could be postponed to the 2027 budget year. Just as Ms. Horan indicated earlier, just so it's not lost on, the funding would still be there if council has the opportunity for, when council has the opportunity for the tour, the funding could still be there available for 2027, is that correct? Did you take that as an amendment to your motion to reallocate the balance of the 2026 budget into 2027?
Yeah, I think that's the way it was stated.
That is the motion.
Okay, perfect. We've got clarity. No further discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. take a short 10 or 15-minute break. Welcome back from our break. And as far as our parking lot items, Ms. Serhan, do we have any more items in the parking lot for capital or operational?
None other than broadband, as far as I know. Unless council has something else, any other specific projects?
Okay. Are there any other items in the budget documents that any committee members or councillors would like to discuss? If not, we'll have a discussion about broadband. And Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. It was brought to the committee's attention yesterday that there would be more information provided to the committee today. Could we have that information? What's that?
Mr. McDonald, I think, is making his way to council chambers. Mr. Hagan, do you, please go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we have a few pieces of information based on yesterday's discussion, so we've sent them to Jana and we'll just pull them up one by one and speak to them.
Okay.
Should be the spreadsheet should be the page that it's saved on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I sent it to you.
All right. So what we've compiled here was to satisfy the request for an overview of all of the individual broadband projects. Now, this includes the original phone construction and central office. It includes all of the UBF funded projects. And it also includes the Rocky East project. What you'll see in the first column there is the total budget for each of those projects. Down at the bottom of that, total is $139,892,928. This is the number that we've referred to on a few occasions, rolled up, rounded off to $140 million. So costs incurred prior to 2025, we have incurred just over $18 million on all of these projects. Projected cost to the end of 2025, because we're not quite there yet, $45,131,426. So that subtotal, including 24 and projected to the end of 25, $63,322,170, compared to that overall budget of $139,892,928, leaves us budget remaining of $76,570,758. That is split between the 2026 budget of $74,919,566 and the residual budget in 2027, $94,282. So again, our target is to complete all of those UBF projects in 2026. But as Mr. Hansen was explaining, commonly with construction projects, there may be some carryover for weather delays, that sort of thing. So we've allowed a little bit in 2027. We'll monitor our progress through 2026 and redetermine how much of that we need to actually carry over to 2027. So open to any questions. I hope this provides the information that was asked for in terms of bringing all these projects onto one page and seeing the grand total there.
Councillor McCauley.
What, do you have a guess on the inventory amounts?
Inventory amounts there are just over $7 million. You'll notice in that green note.
Oh, sorry, I see it.
So that's what's been purchased to date and is reflected in those budgets above and will be allocated into the actual projects as we actually put the inventory into the ground. We can print this out as well and provide it to all of you so you don't have to write the numbers down.
I'll do that right now. Yeah.
And this is only to cover 61% of the landscape in Clearwater County.
This will cover 61% at this stage, yes.
Not 61% of the residents, just 61% of the, it'll go by 61% of the homes.
Yeah, let's call it properties.
Right.
They could be going by businesses as well, and we will offer them internet connection as well.
And you don't have any of those numbers for fairness and equality to the other 39% of the residents, what that cost would be. And that would fall 100% on Clearwater County.
At this stage, yes, short of any future grant opportunities that may come to light. And that number, no, don't have that today. And going back to our earlier discussion, that requires some analysis, and that's something that our external consultants will be working on.
Councillor Levin.
And out of that total of 139, 892, 928, how much of that is government grants in total?
Do we have that on that other chart?
Government grants total for that, just to make sure, just the government grants though, nothing to do with Rocky East, is UBF grants is $83,296,311. We can print this one out too.
83,200,000.
Yeah, if you could print that one out as well.
Well, yeah, I'm having a hard time printing this one out, but if I,
We'll get a copy.
So we're gonna.
we'll get you a copy, I'm just, yeah, I can't print from it right now.
75%, okay.
Did you hear? What is that? Oh, okay, sorry, I just didn't.
82.2.
83,296,311.
83.3 we'll call it.
We'll print this out for you and give it to you. You don't have to do the math. I also, as requested, I can do the percentages, because we were requesting on those.
If there's no
Oh,
other
sorry.
questions on this, certainly move on.
Councillor McKay, do you have questions or comments at this time?
Just with regards to this various areas. I'm just trying to recall, did we get did we get an indication yesterday as to how many homes that would pass, or I guess what,
630.
630? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Letwin?
And, how many homes are in the county?
The total number, oh,
Total number?
geez, I had that number, I think it was 4,100 or 42. Oh, it was on the last thing. Sorry, I apologize, I can't remember that. Let me see, give me a minute.
Was it 4,600? It was about 4,600.
Total, homes?
It'd be in our orientation meeting, I'm pretty sure we did that.
Okay.
No,
I'm not very good at math, that doesn't seem like 61% to me.
no, that's not the right number.
630 homes was just for that various areas. Oh, sorry, the 600,
For the various areas, correct?
yeah.
This one here.
Councillor McKay?
I'm a math guy. With the numbers that you provided, pardon me?
Oh, sorry, I have the homes from the presentation, sorry.
If I could just continue this for just a moment. With 630 homes being passed, even if we had a 100% uptake, that's $44,000 per home, of which the cost to county taxpayers just for that one particular grant would be $13,000 per home.
That's correct. Put on there.
Okay,
So,
that is a big number.
that's
that I-
all included, sort of like the backbone, the distribution, and the conduit up to the property and into the house. So it's the whole picture, it's not just per house, right? You know that. The houses are, total were 4,398, and the homes, and that's total homes, oh no, sorry, I'm wrong, bear with me. 4,398 homes to be connected. That's not right. And then homes remaining to connect was 2,762 from that, what we showed you.
That's what I thought, it was over 6,000.
Yeah, 6,000 total, so I was just gonna do the quick crap.
So that's to possibly connect would be 4,398.
Homes to be connected for the programs is 4,398. And the homes remaining to connect are 2,762. So I'm just trying to get you the number of total homes.
To get the total, yeah.
One of the other things is that we talk about residences, because that's what the grant is for, to connect the residences, but that is only residences, and there will be non-residential properties connected also.
So I think I get my total of all the houses in, or homes in Clearwater County is 7,160. If my math's right. Okay.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, and I just wanted to also point out that with that take-up, there is a connection fee involved, whether it be the reduced fee as we're in the neighborhood versus a subsequent fee, and that will contribute to offset those costs as well.
Doesn't seem right.
Councillor McKay?
I know I've asked this question before, but I'll ask again for clarification. the county's portion of the cost to install to the home is well above and beyond the $400 that the homeowner would pay. Is that cost considered in this budget?
It is. And as well, despite the reduced early take-up price, the price after that subsequently is based on cost recovery. So it was the past broadband committee that decided on both of those rates, and the theory was to offer a reduced rate while we're in the neighborhood and can do it somewhat cheaper and encourage more signups and installs. And then subsequent to that, to make sure that the county has cost recovery on what it takes to remobilize and send somebody out to do a connection.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'd just like to make a final statement on this. This council, this committee got put into a position where our predecessors decided that it was a good idea to spend, and this is if 100% of the people take up this service, $32,000 per residence of those that can be serviced. And we know that it's gonna be nowhere near 100%. That is an impossible position to be put in.
And these numbers do not reflect an expected uptake of 100%. Expected that we based it on being conservative was 50%.
Councillor McKay.
If that's the case, then the cost per home to the taxpayer is going to be over it's gonna be over $20,000 per home to the taxpayer, not the total project cost, but to the taxpayer.
And what I would suggest is to have the most reliable, understandable figures. What we need to look forward to is the revised business strategy that'll be coming in the new year, and we'll answer a lot of these questions definitively.
Thank you. And I guess the point of my questioning was that I don't believe this committee or this council is in any position to approve any funding at this time for the broadband project without further information.
So, I do have a couple of thoughts out of it. So, for the $140 million, it goes by roughly 61% of the homes in Clearwater County. And roughly, a guesstimate is that roughly 50% of the residents would sign up. So that would be roughly 30%. Because you gotta go 50% of the 61% of the homes that's passed by. So you'd have roughly 30% of the homes that may sign up. Mr. Hagan.
I would say that makes sense, and that's part of the assumptions going into the business strategy. And the numbers that we're currently working on and looking at have been presented to the broadband committee recently are showing that we expect at this point to reach a break-even point where the revenue covers the variable operating expenses in roughly 2029. And those are the numbers we're refining, and we'll have better information in the new year.
Okay. Do you have more comments, Mr. Hagan? I was just gonna move over to Ms. Serhan. Her light's on.
Oh, yeah, just again, even though it's that many homes, there's businesses that will be connected. And that budget for connecting those businesses is also included in that. In those dollar figures that are presented to the committee.
Councillor Letwin?
So to break even by 2029, what will the cost of these services be to the homeowners if they have this broadband into their house?
So the cost to the homeowners will be dependent on the internet service provider that they choose. And we have a wholesale cost to that internet service provider. So that's where the county's revenue comes from, is that internet service provider hooking up to our network, providing service over our network to the homeowner. And then they will charge the homeowner. So the homeowner pays the internet service provider pays the county and keeps their profit margin to themselves. What we're anticipating for rough figures is seeing a service price probably, and this is just my prediction, probably between $90, $110, somewhere in that range. But it also depends on the services that each homeowner wants as well. Do they want basic internet service? Do they want TV on top of that? Do they want higher bandwidth for security systems and so forth? Do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. It to reiterate, just services on top of that. So that's where the ISPs can differentiate themselves and sell more to different customers that typically wouldn't set up for the internet, but they may set up for security reasons. So that may drive some more signups after those promotions start coming out too. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, if there's no, I do have a motion that I will bring forward. Is there any more discussion or any more comments? So I'm going to make a motion that the committee recommend to council for the 2026 budget approve county funding only for universal broadband fund projects with more than 40% total construction completion as identified in the November 27th, 2025 Broadband Committee Project Update, and that administration prepare negotiation options for the remaining UBF projects as part of a phased approach, considering the additional essential infrastructure obligations arising from the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline. Mr. Hagan.
And of course, recognizing that it is the right and authority of this committee to make these recommendations to council and ultimately council to decide on the budget amounts. I'd be negligent if I didn't point out to this committee that budget of that level will more than likely lead us to consideration of breach of contract, federal government of Canada, province of Alberta, could have cost implications beyond what it would cost to finish this project, could jeopardize any future funding to this municipality from those levels of government beyond broadband. Not to mention the number of people who have contacted us, excited about this project, wanting to connect. Their ability to connect may be jeopardized by these decisions. So that's provided for information.
If I may respond to that, to not be negligent, a lot of that information should have been provided when those previous decisions were being made, have consequences. Anyways, and this is also a recommendation from the committee to council. We are not in a official status of council. We're sitting as a committee. Councillor Letwin.
So the proposal you made, Reeve Northcott, is that we finish up what we've got on the paper here and hold tight then at that position? Is that correct?
The projects, I don't know if administration might have the from the November 20.
I guess what I'm saying is this up to 61%.
No.
What he's proposing, if I heard him right, I think, is any project that's 40% complete and above, they're allowed to finish. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm offering that as a suggestion as a phased approach.
It's just as a phased approach.
Okay. Additional help for $52,000.
That's right.
We've got a chart that shows the status of completion on all of these, I'm just gonna.
Now we have a chart. So,
Councillor Letwin, do you have more questions?
Director Hagan, so if we, for information purposes, if we finish what you have on this balance sheet here, and we did not start any new additional projects on broadband at this time, you're saying that there could be legal ramifications against our contract with the contractor?
No, that's not what I'm saying. If council approved the draft 2026 budget, we would be in compliance with the contracts, and we would also be on target to complete all of the projects by the required completion dates. What I understand of the motion that's on the floor would reduce this budget amount significantly and jeopardize our ability to complete.
So then, therefore, we would perhaps lose some government grants or be in jeopardy of government as well as contractor. So we have a contract with the contractor then, and that was the question I asked yesterday. What are the implications?
Absolutely. Those
Yeah.
contractors sue us.
Yeah,
Your next question's gonna be for how much? I don't know.
I didn't
That's,
ask. No.
I'm guessing, but that's what we're trying to find, is so we can give you better information than, yes, we think they could. We would like to quantify that for this committee and for council so that there's full understanding of those implications. So yes, the contractors, we could have a lawsuit or many lawsuits there, but we also have contracts with the federal and provincial governments. Many of those refer to the minister's discretion respectively, and we don't know what those decisions might be. It could be that we repay all of the money that's been given to Clearwater County to date. It could be in order that we need to complete this. It could be that we need to pass it to somebody else to complete. We don't have those quantified answers for you yet. We have a general feeling towards some of the implications, and we've shared those feelings as well. But feelings aren't enough. We need to give you solid answers. And that's what we're gonna be working on, is to quantify these things and also add probabilities to them.
Right, and so this is what you were referring to earlier today, that you'd be obtaining legal counsel, and it costs
Absolutely.
$60,000?
And then also to prove, as part of that process, to be able to provide options for this committee and council going forward, based on an analysis of those possible repercussions and the quantifiable dollar implications of them, lend some options that could be explored.
So if we go with the balance sheet, spreadsheet that you have here, and it's finished by 2027, we're off the hook. And we pay about, the county pays about 52 million.
Altogether, and that includes costs that have been incurred to date, that includes all of the backbone costs that have been built to date and so forth. We would complete everything that you see on this page, all of the UBF projects, the Rocky East project, and it would be roughly $52 million net cost to Clearwater County.
Finance Minister Sirhan, you said that we have 92 billion in reserve funds, 82 million or more?
Yes, so at the end of, projected at the end of 2025, 97,731, 442. However, for the broadband project specifically, what's indicated there is to complete the projects, an additional 13 million is required in 2026, which would come out of that $19 million that's being generated in surplus. And for a total Clearwater County funded expenditure, their portion to the end of the project is 21,303,671.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna move to Councillor McKay, and then I'll move over to Councillor McCauley.
This is a recommendation, I guess, from committee to council to request administration to draft a policy that would require all grant possible penalties to be known and brought forward to council before any other grant gets signed. The fact that we're in this position without that information is tough to swallow.
Councillor McCauley.
Everyone in this room is frustrated by decisions made by previous council. From the words, they didn't have all the information provided to them, but it was by the previous council who made those requests. Jumping the gun and saying that we're not gonna do anything without information in front of us is just repeating the same mistakes as previous council. We need the information in front of us to make the proper decisions, and I believe that request has been made, and we just have to wait for it to show up. That's how it is.
If, Councillor McKay, Councillor Powell, my apologies.
So what you're saying, because we don't have proper information in front of us. But I guess there's a motion on the floor. I was gonna say.
There is a motion on the floor.
I was gonna say, can we pause all broadband work until we have that? But you've got a motion on the floor, so I'll step out.
Councillor Humphrey.
If I might, because
Yes,
that
please.
motion is 40%. And I'm looking at these numbers that you popped up here, and those aren't making sense, because even if you look at 7119, just grab one, and it says 22%. And I look across, so it starts out at budget of 45, we're over 20,000 or 20 million, and there's 25 million left. That is not 22% completed. That's got to be a lot closer to 40-some% completed. Back to the percentage though, but you look at the numbers and then those percentages aren't ringing true at all. There's only one of them, you only got two that are over 50%. And you got a whole bunch that are way less, and just a quick glance at the numbers shows, even look at 07121. It's 19 million. We've got 8.7 and 10.7 left to go. Just a quick glance shows you that is not 13%. Or 16%, it's closer to 40-some% again. Am I wrong?
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you for the question. What we need to appreciate is that the percentages that we have up on the screen are a composite figure. They represent our stage of completion in design work, our stage of completion in construction, our stage of completion in fiber installation as well.
So what is this number?
So that's everything we've spent to date. So we could have spent the majority on that on design work for a particular project. We still have the construction work to do. So we're at different stages. We could be close to 100% done on design work. We could be 20% done on construction work. What we've done is taken all of that and said, okay, where are we really at with the overall project? The fiber installation is the quickest of it all. So we may be 10% complete on fiber installation on a project, but it could take a matter of weeks to be 100% on that, whereas the construction can take significantly longer. What these percentages are is a composite view of taking into consideration the design, the construction, the fiber installation.
So those are time-related percentages, not numbers.
Really, when we step back from all those individual components of each of these projects and we say, really, how far along are we in the project? That's what we're trying to reflect here in these percentages.
Okay, and I'm looking, and
the cost itself as a percentage of the total may not line up to these, because we may incur heavier costs in the beginning versus the end, or vice versa.
But still, no matter what's going on, these numbers represent a percentage of what dollar value we have left for each project.
Yeah, not necessarily a percentage, but the raw dollar values. We have a total budget, we're still on track to be within budget. So it really shows you what we've got left to spend and intend to be on target for that.
But that is a percentage of what this job is gonna cost. If we have a job that's cost budgeted, total budget, even the Ferrier area one of $3,748,000, and we've already spent $2,385,000, well then we know just at a quick glance we're way over half, which
Not
that's
necessarily.
kind of that percentage up there as dollar wise. That's
No, but you have to be careful because it's really apples and oranges. Because when we look at the cost, we could have spent 60% of the budget already and only be 30% completed on the project itself. But the last 70% of the project is less expensive than the first. Does that make sense? So you gotta be careful that it's not a direct correlation between the costs and the actual progress of construction, how many
But it
kilometers.
still all has to be done at that timeframe.
Oh, absolutely. So these will come together in the end. So we see, if you were to graph this, you may see the cost behavior going like this versus the actual construction and kilometers accomplished. But it's all gonna come together at the end. We'll
Yeah.
accomplish all the kilometers required to, and we'll be on budget.
I think from councils, because budget and grants are tied to the dollars being spent, right? And that's how I've been looking at it, so maybe I don't know if I'm looking at it the same way as everybody else, but I'm looking at dollars spent, what do we have into it, and what do we have left to put into it? I wasn't looking at the time frame because I know we've got a time frame of March 31st on 27, right? Has to be done in order to get the grants. But when I look at how much money we've spent to the end of December 25 and then across to what's left, I look at most every one of them is over, well, they're all over 40% of dollars invested. Except for the one obviously that has zero. Yeah? Sorry,
Mr. Hagan.
In my understanding, if I'm hearing correctly, Mr. Chair, your motion, I think, was speaking to the percentage of completion of each of these projects as opposed to the percentage of spending versus budget. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so I was on the
As of
wrong
the
track.
November.
So we may be higher on the spending portion, but the motion is referring to where we're at in the actual project completion.
So my question then comes back to the provincial grant funding that we're getting. If we don't go forward with this, they're not gonna care whether we're only 13% of it project-wise. They're gonna care about whether we're over 40% dollar-wise, I would think. Cause they're working on a number, we're giving you X number of dollars if you get it done by this time, right? And if we don't, they're gonna, and if we stop something and it's over 40% of the dollar value has been spent, I can't imagine them giving us that money. So if we've spent 40%, what's that total? We've spent 63 million. Yeah.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hagan, could I just get some clarification on a lot of these projects, as Councillor Humphrey indicated, are well above the percentage of spending as compared to the percentage of completion. Now, you'd stated that that cost could be in design, but I guess where's the lion's share of the cost in these projects, and how is it possible, like, we're project people, to understand that, say, for example, 7122, nearly 50% of the budget has been spent, but only 8% of the project has been completed?
Well, there's the cost for the, crossings, there's the cost for, drilling and all those kind of things. And, the design work, engineering. Typically, projects are front-loaded when you've got all the project in the front, but there's still the conduit. And then there's also the investment of the materials. So typical projects pay, you'll spend more at the beginning, and then as you get closer to the ends, you spend less.
And that's where Mr. Humphrey and I think are having problems understanding this, is when we build a project, your costs do correlate to the percentage completed. I mean, in industry, that's just how it is.
Maybe that's.
This idea that we could spend, well, there's some in here that are over half the budget and only 13% complete. I guess, like, that's, I just want you to understand where we're coming from. We're having a really hard time understanding these numbers.
Yeah.
And perhaps I can lend some more information here. So if we look at UB 3250, design is 100% complete.
That's fair, correct. Okay, yeah.
Civil construction's 87% complete. The installation of the fiber cable is 28% complete. So looking at the time involved and so forth, what we're seeing is an overall average. I think that one's 58%. So these things aren't linear in relation to each other. The dollar values attributable to each one of these activities is different. The timing involved is different as well. So what we've asked our consultants for is keep us posted on where we're at on each of these various components, but we also want to know where we're at on the project overall. So again, some things may cost less and be quicker to install, and we see that percentage go up very quick at the end with very little dollar impact, versus some things that are costly and take more time.
Okay, further questions, Councillor McKay?
I don't know, I was hoping we could come to a little better understanding, but I think there's still a disconnect here.
And that's something we can continue to work on into the new year, as well as expanding on this and bringing our consultants to explore it further and explain more of the background behind this. I'm not an engineer, so I can't go into that level of detail.
Is it possible, and this is something I've seen before, where procurement gets carried away, they procure materials well in advance for whatever their reasoning may be at the time, using up a significant portion of the budget while the project itself hasn't yet been started?
I would say, not using your words of gotten carried away, but with careful and strategic purchasing of materials in this case, so that we could get ahead of price increases. The expenditures to date will reflect purchases of inventory we haven't yet installed. And that will move into these project budgets as well. But again, we have no delays on waiting for those materials to come, so that'll go very quickly when it's actually putting the materials into the ground.
I understand the benefits that you're explaining, but I just, for the benefit of this committee and this council, I think maybe that would offer some clarity that the physical conduit and physical cable was pre-purchased, Councillor Humphrey, which I think is maybe leading to some of the confusion here. And then that was allocated to each project ahead of time.
It'll actually be allocated to each project as it's put in the ground. It's being held in a work in process or an inventory account right now. That's the $7 million that we identified on the previous screen.
Oh, so while I retract my previous statement, that in no way explains how we got to this point then. I'm at a loss. I may have to recuse myself from voting on any motion regarding this project because I don't think that it's proper to do so without any understanding of how we got to this place or what our penalties and ramifications may be if we make a decision to go in a different direction.
Councillor Letwin.
Yes, back highway to Les LaBelle, 598, where the RV shop was. I see that we have spools upon spools upon spools, so I'm assuming that these are prepaid for purchases. They were hauled in with county trucks, so what Deputy Reeve McKay is saying could be somewhat true.
Mr. Hagan.
Are you asking, did we pre-purchase materials and have them in storage?
Well, that's what he asked you just now.
I confirmed that, absolutely. It was a strategic decision that was approved by the broadband committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McCauley. And then I'll go to Mr. Emmons after this.
Just so for clarification, every single one of these grants, except for UBF 99263, have been fully contracted out? So to delay them, because I'm hearing in the room, everyone's contract people, that would be breaking contracts that have already been signed if we have agreed to start work. I had another thought and then it just disappeared. Oh, are the numbers for completion, are those accurate to date or is that based on the last broadband meeting?
Sorry,
Those are new ones, right, Cam?
those are the new ones, yeah.
And those
I don't know
numbers,
what yesterday.
sorry, those numbers are changed to December 31st as well, because they're still working? Or is that to basically guessing to December 31st?
That's probably guessing to December 3rd, because we won't have all the bills in, right?
Okay, thank you.
I think, or no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, Ron
No, sorry, those numbers get updated every day based on the work your crews are doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's to yesterday.
Yeah.
The percent complete is to yesterday. The
Yeah.
percentage of cost is to December 31st,
Okay,
based on projections.
Just sorry. Clarity.
sorry, didn't see those other numbers there.
Yeah.
Rhonda.
Okay, so percent completion based on budget
Yeah,
is,
to December 31st is that second column, 64, 45, 45,
okay, so
67.
the percent complete, that's based on,
The dollars spent.
okay,
That's how many percent of the total overall budget has been spent, or is projected to be spent by the end of December.
oh yeah, there's a glare. Yeah.
I can reprint this with those numbers on there.
What number did you say your motion for percentage?
40, but he was basing it on percent of the project complete, not based on dollars spent, right?
That's correct, and it was based on the November 27th broadband committee update. But now we have this information. Councillor Powell, please.
When you said that you felt like you had to recuse yourself because there's not enough information and we're voting on something that we don't have the information. And I feel like I hear you. That's how I feel too. I don't have information. Don't understand what the contracts were that binded us into this. So how do you make an educated decision when you don't know? And furthermore, how do you go along with the project even if we weren't going to change it? Excuse me. How do you go along with a project and say, yeah, let's keep going when you don't understand it either? So I mean, whether you pause it or you move forward, the information isn't present. So I agree with you.
Councillor Humphrey.
Yeah, this is really, really bad to be put into this position that we're all in. But we're stuck with what was done, cause there isn't an out, and there isn't an option for not doing anything, cause we've gotta make a decision. And this is what we're stuck with, and if we don't, if we collapse it with half the money spent already, and we're almost half the money, if we didn't do the one various areas, that would drop 27 million out of that 76 million that's left to go. And that's the only one that hasn't had any money spent on it. But if we don't, then the implications, I don't know, but I'm just imagining, would be horrendous coming from everywhere, from the contractors that have been contracted to do this work and have set up and been in all this position to do it and finish their job because they have signed contracts, is my take on it. Plus the government giving us funding, and if we don't go ahead with it, they're not gonna give us the funding. So then we'd be on the hook for the 63 million that's already been spent, plus anything that we got sued for. Is that not what would happen?
27 million you're talking about is
Yeah.
still out for RFP, so there should be no contract on it.
Well, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay, sorry, my apologies.
That's what I just said. That's the only one that I see that we could not go ahead on and not get hurt. Possibly. But the rest of them, if we don't, we're still on the hook for 63 million. And I don't think we'd get any government funding if we didn't finish the projects. Plus, I don't know what the government would say to us, but all these contractors would be pretty pissed if they didn't get to finish their contracts that they signed up for, perhaps. I don't think not doing anything's an option. And it's ugly, but I think we were, as you stated earlier, Councillor McKay, that this council got stuck with this. And yeah, I've been trying to look at is there a way out? I don't see one, so I hope somebody else can show me one, but not doing anything's not the answer either.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. Just to speak to Mr. McCauley and Mr. Humphrey's points, just for a bit of clarity, it was discussed yesterday, and administration did indicate that waiting until February, until we further understood the implications of possibly changes to grants, that there wouldn't be a negative impact on the project.
Mr. Hagan, go ahead.
I'd like to clarify, I believe it was myself who answered that
I
question.
believe so, yes.
I did not say there would be no negative impact on the project. What I identified is that there are potential risks to the project. If, and I believe the question was, if budget was essentially zero until we could bring back those answers in mid-February. So if we have no budget to do any work in January or February on these projects, there will be risks involved. I identified some risks yesterday. Mr. McDonald has some additional risks he would like to share with this committee. But I identified that we could miss our targets, and public confidence in this project will be questioned. The ISPs who are signing up and plan to sign up, their confidence could be affected. Our ability to meet break-even point by 2029, I will suggest, is somewhat threatened by this conversation today. People don't have confidence in the county continuing on with this. Those are the risks that could be involved, even by a slight pause in this. Mr. McDonald has some additional points to share if you're interested in hearing those.
I would be very interested in hearing those. I appreciate the input, Mr. Hagan. But that goes back to Mr. Humphrey's earlier point about council having a gun held to their head. It's quite clear that there is a lack of confidence in this project from the members of this community. And they are the ones that matter to the people on this side of the table. I'm sorry that that's not a mutual concern, but for us over here, that is our number one priority. Mr. McDonald.
So there's some contractors that were planning to work in January and February, in March, or through the winter, of course, weather related, for 7122 area. The drop program that have out now, that door knockers and people setting up, like AFL is out there. They're out there doing that, so if we had no funding to go forward for the first little while, they wouldn't be out, you know, getting people signed up and installing that so that we'd be ready for service on those. That's sort of all I really have, and I don't know how ISED and the GOA will respond to us pausing for a little while. I don't have a clue.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. In all fairness, the pause would be to understand their grant contracts. It would be for this council to understand the implications that would be involved. And would the advertising and door knocking initiative, would that not be part of the operations and not the capital budget?
No, that's part of the capital budget. We tendered it and it was part of the capital.
Was that mentioned?
Yep.
I could have swore that was mentioned in operations.
No, that's the marketing. It's mentioned in operations, sorry. Marketing, but.
But you just said marketing.
No, marketing, totally different worlds. Marketing is to get us out there, talk about the media and
So the
stuff.
people that are out there handing out pamphlets aren't marketing?
Well, they are marketing for that, but we have a marketing group that helps us with marketing. So that's an operations thing, the physical thing's for capital. And we put out tenders for that, or RFPs.
And what are those physical things that?
Well, they go out and do the physical connection, so from property line, and they put the conduit in, the gray box inside the house and that, and part of their program is to
Okay.
knock on doors
And
and get
It
people.
was
set up.
indicated to council and to the public that that portion of these programs wouldn't be occurring until the spring. Is that no longer the case?
No, we were told that portion started in November, and I remember saying that the door knocking, and it's progressing right now, door knocking, we're getting people signed up.
But they're not physically putting fiber to the home until spring, because we asked that question very clearly in the broadband meeting. And we were told that wouldn't be occurring until the
I
spring.
don't know if they're doing the knocking and they're doing the preparation. I don't know if it will go to the spring, because it's -21 now, so.
So they're not physically installing equipment until the spring?
Not as of yet, but they may do it if it gets warmer. So it is part of their contract to install it when they can.
Might just, at this point in time, I'm just gonna cease discussion, and I'd like to pass the floor over to CAO Emmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, just to bring it back, my memory of that conversation, and if I'm off, I apologize, was very weather dependent. It wasn't foreseen that there would be a lot of activity as far as putting fiber literally in the ground, because it was weather dependent. If we got fortunate and winter stayed off, which doesn't feel like it today, you know, it would be proceeding as weather allowed. But it wasn't predicted that there would be a lot of activity as far as literally putting fiber in the ground. But the other players that are part of the larger project would do what they still are able to do minus the dirt work. I was just gonna wind it back a little bit. I had my light on previous, so not trying to frustrate the committee, but back years ago, in preparation for this project, it was a very large purchase for material. Because I'm sure this committee, knowing your guys' professions, can appreciate when this was starting to kick off was right in the supply chain at the start of COVID. And there was a lot of concern, not only with locking in price, but accessing the material and how much there would be an upcharge getting contractors if they were to, if we were relying on them to get the material as well, and it couldn't be procured, because we'd put them in a position of having a contract and not being able to supply. So to get very competitive prices, it was contracted out with us supplying the material and took that fear factor away. And in all our experience, the more fear you take out of a contract, the sharper the pencils get. So that was kind of the strategy back in the day, because the timing was right in that supply chain height of its issue. And again, if I may add to the explanation provided by Mr. Hagan and Mr. McDonald, part of the struggle is any shift in this program automatically impacts the entire business plan. When you're taking or looking at potentially taking pieces of the puzzle out, it does have a ripple effect. And it takes time to actually readjust and redo that business plan for administration to come back and give you quality information to say, that's 60% coverage. The assumption is 50% would sign up, but what does that do to the overall business plan and the potential payback time frame when you start taking components away? So that's also part of the anomalies that can't be addressed today, because any shift in the larger program does have a larger ripple effect. And if I may as well, again, part of that legal advice, putting out the percentages, gives this committee something to look at. But even the UBF that's at 0% has commitments to it. For that to be on the board, that's a signed agreement. Just because it hasn't been kicked off, there is a legal commitment to it. So I would still put it in that same world as far as administration would want to get that information back to this committee to make quality decisions.
Councillor Letwin.
Yeah, I'm just reading the paperwork that we got yesterday or the day before, and the paperwork we received today. And in the various areas, the paperwork in the binder says 51, 55, 10. And today with this spreadsheet, and it's got the numbers of 27,800, 801,000, $27,801,797. And on the sheet that was handed us today, it is UFB number 99263, various areas, and it's $27,795,100. I think one of the things that council might be frustrated with is the shifting of numbers and papers here and not getting a straight story. And so not getting a straight story all the time and having to hunt for the evidence and the information is extremely frustrating, very hard to make a decision on, an informed decision, that is. We're paying consultants, we're paying engineers outrageous amounts of money, scouts and programmers and everything else, and you cannot provide council with basic spreadsheets that are in detail and accurate. I think this is some of council's frustration, gentlemen, ladies.
It does often feel like the delays, there's, as the magnitude of this project and the delays in getting information, whether it was the broadband committee, strategic planning committee, or council, as information is delayed, the project's been able to proceed without it doesn't seem appropriate to have the information that's been requested not available. And to be this far engaged with the project. Councillor Powell.
All the numbers aside, how in the world can you walk out of here, or how can I walk out of here after I voted on something when 40% of the residents aren't gonna get it, and it's costed this huge amount of money? And I understand we're in it this far and et cetera, but there are 40% of the people in Clearwater County that aren't gonna get it, and we just blew millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. It's super frustrating.
Ms. Serhan.
I really want to acknowledge the frustration of the committee. I totally understand not being involved in it, not only for the past 20 years, but even in the last term, there was lots of decisions made. However, this committee needs to recommend the best decision, even if it's what they think is not what they wholeheartedly agree, but what's the best decision for the ratepayers and the organization as a whole. It's not about making a decision on what you prefer. It's what's the best decision for Clearwater County and its ratepayers.
Yeah, there's these grants in size. Does the province and the federal government, do they, so there's mandated municipal infrastructure that needs to be maintained. Is that a consideration from the province? Like, I know it is. And amalgamation, like in my motion that is on the floor, there's a municipality that has a massive infrastructure deficit with water, sanitary, lagoon upgrades. The size and the scope of these projects, can they be renegotiated or discussed with the province to downsize them? Like there are zero options coming from that side of the table to inform this side of the table on the options. And I'm for the magnitude of the project and for how long this has been going, and to still not have that information available when questions are asked, it doesn't seem appropriate. CAO Emmons.
Thank you, and if I may, the direction of this strategic planning committee is far different than the previous. A lot of the questions this strategic planning committee is asking were not ever asked prior. The quality of the questions were, how can this proceed? And how can it proceed more timely? Given the change of direction, philosophy, and scope, administration absolutely can engage in the conversations with the grant holders and have those conversations and bring it back for information. But those are brand new questions as far as researching it out from the last number of years. This isn't 1 year in the process. This is multiple years in the process. It's extremely difficult to stop or even shift a project, as you've all acknowledged, this large, really when we're turning dirt. You know, any road guy knows, the majority of the work is before you ever put the cat in the ground. You know, it's the prep, finding utilities, getting your burrow pits arranged, getting you're engineered, your road schematic's done. Turning the dirt's easy. We're turning the dirt.
It's, I'll just add one more comment here, Kane. It was mentioned that the committee has to make the decision based on the best interests of the community. However, when administration was taking the liberty of signing these contracts, and to not be negligent, why were these questions not asked in the best interests of the municipality of Clearwater County to bring that information to council or the broadband committee? To just sign contracts and then not understand or have the conditions available to present that information, or a level of caution, or good, bad, or otherwise? Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was the position prior to election that proceeding with this project was in the best interest of the municipality. That broadband was essential to the citizens of Clearwater County, and that's, of course, why administration was proceeding.
I understand that part, but my question was more, my comment was more to the administration signing contracts, but now unknowing, not having the information regarding the conditions of those contracts that were signed, and I know when I personally sign things, I read through them or try to be most informed to have the best information, but I don't understand why those conditions couldn't be easily, whether we had to go into closed session or something, but what those conditions just are simply unknown. And we've been into this for, how long has Clearwater County been involved with this broadband project? And those conditions are unknown at this time? Mr. Emmons, please.
There was never any discussion on stopping the project. The conditions as far as penalties, it was gone into eyes wide open because it wasn't an option. The completion would be done. So those penalties and that side didn't match council of the day's priorities. So it wasn't a consideration because the project was going to be done. The position's now changed to where this committee's looking at canceling, and the priorities have greatly changed, which changes the side of the contract that becomes important. Prior, it was not a consideration.
Right, with discussions of previous council. But my question is with maybe I'll try this one more time. It was with the conditions of the grants and all the cautions that are being given to the committee today. None of that information is available to inform the committee members or council members, even though this project has been going for some time now, literally years. People have signed those contracts but don't have that information available to give to the members that currently sit here. Councillor Letwin.
Yes. Speaking of contracts and one thing and another, and was previous council ever informed of the deficit that we would be running by 2026? Well, like when everything started?
Yes,
and
they
here's
were.
the budgeting, here's this, that. Were they ever informed that by 2026 we could be 2027 we could be 140,000 or $1 million in debt? Pardon me.
I believe the year was 2028, but yes, they were informed.
They were informed.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the lack of information, like I say, I think the consultants, the lawyers, and I'm lost for words here. All the professionals we're hiring to overlook this paperwork and give us very little information for 60,000 here, 50,000 there. And then we have to fight for the information. This isn't right. It's not right at all. Might have to find some new consultants and lawyers and engineers, I guess.
I think at this time, I would, after seeing this information that's been presented up there and the costs that have been now shown on the spreadsheet there, I would have to amend my motion. So at this time, I'm going to withdraw from the floor, and we'll take a short, well, I would say short, but we'll take a break till roughly 4:35.
I don't think so, because it's not a council meeting, or do we? I don't know. We do.
Thank you. We are welcome back from our break. And question for Mr. Emmons. For procedure to go past 4:30 in a strategic planning committee meeting of the whole, is it required? I see Janice saying yes, so we need a motion to go past 4:30 at this time. I'll be looking for a motion, and I see that motion from Councillor McCully. That Councillor McCully makes the motion that we go past 4:30. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's a hard one to vote for. Mr. Emmons, if I may, do you have any opportunities or options that the committee could move forward with at this time?
Mr. Chair, after hearing and understanding the concerns raised by the committee, and recognizing, and thank you for understanding the time it would require to get the information for this committee to feel comfortable, may I respectfully suggest that the committee consider the minimum amount of funds for administration to meet the legal obligations that are already committed in sustaining this project until the information can be brought forward to the committee in mid-February. And to further define that, there is commitments made. We have consultants that are on retainer for this project. Those need to be paid. What I am trying to describe for this committee's comfort is not progressing, because quite frankly, and I will look to Mr. Hagan and Mr. McDonald to correct me, but really in December and January, there isn't a lot of progression on this project anyway, but we do need to sustain our obligations. So I don't want this committee thinking that there's any, for lack of better terms, game afoot to keep ramming this forward so that it becomes too late for this committee to consider, but meet those minimum obligations that we can pay the consultants, carry on to bring the information forward mid-February so that this committee may have the opportunity to make an educated decision with all the information you've requested. Is that something worth consideration?
I'll open it up for discussion from the committee members. I see some head nods. Councillor Letwin.
I see that if we shut things down to mid-February, just for minimum commitments, it's gonna be another $3 million, perhaps on top of it. Will that be any work in the field, or is that just to cover the consultant fees?
I included construction in that, just as we were just going forward, but we could take if you wanted us to stop the construction part, we would take those numbers out, so it would be less than that number.
Okay, but
Just so you know.
Construction would keep going at
Yeah,
this rate, but it would be reduced to a minimum.
Yeah.
Meet our financial as well as legal obligations, bring it down to a minimum.
We could just take the construction down a little bit in here. That's expected, like I know there's a group, CWI, that'll be working in the northeast part. We could just tell them, don't start until March, for lack of better words, or until we've approved it or not. But so this is the higher number with construction going forward. Like everything that we think will happen in January and February. Anything else, that's the highest number. But if you guys want us to come back with a lower number with the construction out, is that what we're getting at? Just to make a point of clarification, we can do that. I might be wrong.
No.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. McDonald, if I may, because I'm very familiar with dirt moving. In a road job, there is penalties for being late. Do these grants take that in?
No, we don't charge for late.
Okay, so we're not at risk if the construction halted and they went past the contract date on our end.
On our end, yes, but if we the risk is that we go past the contract date that I said and the government of Alberta have set.
No, understood. I just wanted
Yeah,
to
no,
clarify,
that's
at
fair.
least from our end.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, we just did these quick, so bear with me in my speed.
Councillor Powell.
So just to clarify, basically this 2 million and some will be a cushion to get us by until we have been provided with all the questions and documentation that we need, correct? Okay. Thank you. Nope, that's great, thanks.
Northcott's letter that we're gonna answer each line, so.
Absolutely, I understand that, thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McDonald, I guess just to help us wrap our heads around this, this project is 100% dependent on water and hydrovac and boring rigs.
Not 100% all the time. They do, yes, they do, and they have heaters in the trucks for that. That's why it's, this, you know, I know 2.8's a lot of money, but there's engineering in there, all those, looking at deficiencies that the guys have built, because we haven't done that, review of engineered drawings, stuff like that, getting permits going, all those kind of things. So it's not necessarily all construction, but sometimes what they do is they'll drill. Because it's so cold out, it's actually better for them to drill in certain spots, because they don't wreck as much of the grass. And they do have heaters in the back of the hydrovacs, so. Now, they're not going out when it's -40. So. That's what I said. I didn't take the construction part out of there. If we want to pause that, that's with just going forward. Estimated numbers, you can't. Sorry. So if you want us to take the construction parts out of it?
Roughly, what would the construction cost be? Like, is it worth taking it out, or is it?
I don't think so.
Is it significant enough?
250, 400, 600. Some of the construction, like Rocky East, is so close, and they're gonna work. So there's like 200,000. CWI, that one that I was talking about, they're gonna work. It's 400,000. Roll construction is 250,000. And trap was about 350,000. That's the guys that are blowing the fiber in. So they do work over the winter because it's quiet for them.
Okay.
So anything that would be built already, they're gonna just keep blowing fiber in, so.
And it makes sense to be putting conduit in the ground at these temperatures?
For just the road crossings typically, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's below, it's a meter deep, it's freeze.
I'm just talking when you're taking that stuff off the roll, I know it has cracked, I know there can be a lot of issues installing in the cold.
Within reason, certain temperatures, not -40, maybe even not today, like.
Well, even at -15, I've seen it crack.
Well, this stuff's, Durline's been pretty good. We haven't had issues. Canadian Fiber Optics last year worked all winter. Worked January and February. We had no issues. Everything passed.
No, I just wanted to ask the
No,
question.
I'm just saying, just telling you.
And if I may, the intent from administration would be to slow it down so that it doesn't get us in a position where we're negatively impacting the contractor. But at this time of year, truly, they're slowing down because they have to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, and to that, with with those materials, I've worked with similar materials, but they will usually have a temperature where you're not working with that material or you're damaging it. What it will be, whether it's -30 or -25 or whatever, but most of that stuff has a do not use it at this, below this temperature, whatever that would be.
Should hopefully be up to the consultants to make sure that the installation is being done.
Yeah, we're just trying to. These are guesstimates, January and February, what we do, like, but we tried to keep it, you know, reasonable, and I'm assuming it's probably gonna be less, especially if it's winter's rust like this, it's probably, in reality, it's gonna be left. If we get -40 for 2 or 3 weeks, they're not doing nothing.
Just because the budget's there doesn't mean it gets used.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's all gonna get used. The one that's probably will get used is AFL, going around and signing up people.
Councillor Letwin?
No, I was just gonna say, no, if the crews are moving forward and it takes away any legal liability against the county or council, then I'm for those numbers, absolutely. And keep moving forward until we get this figured out.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say thank you for a more diplomatic or approach. That's what, oh.
Okay, so the minimum amount required to meet legal obligations that have currently been signed is that $2,828,601. Okay, so I'll put a motion on the table that the committee recommend to council that the minimum amount of $2,828,601 be allocated in the 2026 budget to meet the legal obligations. Mr. Emmons, do you have a comment?
If I may, Mr. Chair, respectfully, would you like to amend that to maximum?
Oh, sorry. The minimum amount, yes, but my intent was that would be the minimum amount of money, but I'll just start all over again. I'm gonna withdraw whatever I said there. We'll make a motion that the committee recommend to council that $2,828,601 be allocated in the 2026 budget for broadband. That motion be suffice to meet the minimum requirements. Okay. Mr. Emmons.
I believe that will until that mid-February meeting. Additional information can be brought forward to give better discussions, more educated discussions, and see where the committee and subsequently council wishes to go from there.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor, but it's still disappointing to be at this point and this far into this project and still have information that is not readily available, whether a new council or not. Councillor Letwin.
Yes, should we put for work, laborers, materials? Or to specify that this is work moving forward and just not sitting at home numbers in that motion?
We've limited the budget for 2026 to that amount is all. Yeah. I'm just trying to consider that to see what other wording we could put into that motion to capture some of that, but I don't know if it's, yeah. Count. Yeah, Councillor Humphrey.
We have to include into this that it's until we get to look at the further information till we have. Do we have to add that into it, or is that just implied?
Well,
Because
administration.
that's what we're doing this for, is to wait till we get that information on the middle of February, right?
Yes, to proceed anything beyond this, administration is gonna have to come back to council for a budget adjustment. So really, the committee's only recommending to council to just give them enough funds to be able to meet any contractual and legal obligations, but to proceed beyond any additional spending of $2,828,601, administration will have to come to council for a budget adjustment. So. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Are there any other items in the budget that members would like to discuss? If not, we would be okay. Oh, Mr. Hagan, please.
Yeah, it is administration's intent to bring that information back for mid-February. However, unless I missed it, I don't believe there's been a motion to approve the addition of $60,000 in order to accomplish that work. That would be in addition to the broadband operating budget for 2026.
Well, give me a minute here. Just give me a minute. We'll, in my opinion, all that information that I asked for was requested by correspondence should be available, but I'm sure we could find $60,000 in here somewheres. Just saying. Councillor McKay.
Would that's not coming from the capital budget, that needs to come from the operations budget?
This needs to come from the operations budget because it isn't adding any value to the asset. It's information coming back to help this committee and ultimately council and the broadband committee make a decision. It's like research. It will involve research. It will involve professional opinions. That's not part of the capital cost.
So, Councillor Letwin.
Shouldn't that be warranty work?
Mr. Hagan.
Absolutely not. This is not, we're not going to the contractors for this. We're not going to our consultants on this for anything that they would have missed. This is additional work. This is a cause and effect relationship. The cause is the request for additional information that has not been asked for before, that is going to require extra work. This is new work, and they've quoted us $60,000 to do it.
And how many consultants will we have on this project?
Does it matter?
Well, for $60,000 in a month and a half.
It'll be going to our engineering firm
Okay.
as to how many staff they have assigned to it. I don't have that level of detail, but we asked them, we shared all the questions with them.
Okay.
And this is the quote they've come back. So they have looked at time and materials for what they believe it will take to adequately answer this and give you the information you're looking for.
And this is a quote then? And so it was put up for tender?
No. No, it's below the thresholds. And if we put it out to tender, we could be asking a totally different firm to give us advice on something that our firm has already been working on. So it is in addition to the scope of what we've contracted them to do to date. And the $60,000 is a quote. That's what we're basing the budget request on and recommendation. However, when they actually do the work, we anticipate it'll come in no more than that. So it may come in less, I don't know. But that's their best guess at this point.
Thank you.
I think I have a solution. September 30th, Truth and Reconciliation Day. Is that currently a paid day? Mr. Hagan.
I may be jumping ahead, anticipating that if you're looking for cost savings there, and depending on how you want to look at it, right now it is a paid day off for staff. If this committee was to recommend to council to not provide that day off, folks would be at work, there'd be no dollar difference. It's a productivity loss is what it is, not a dollar loss.
Could you just repeat that one more time? It was a paid day what?
So right now, that day is recognized as a paid day off for staff.
Right.
All staff get paid for that day, but other than essential services, no other work is being accomplished. So if what you're anticipating is that council reverse the prior council's decision on that, and it is no longer a paid day off for staff, that doesn't free up dollars. It frees up opportunity for more productivity because folks will be working that day, but they're getting paid whether they're at work or not right now.
So, yes, but no, in my opinion. If there was, I like the way you bring it forward, but I see it completely different. If there was, and I'm just going to proceed to, and where is that day? Where is it included in the budget? Under which item would that be included in? Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, so all the, in every department in the salary line, so it's the cost of employing that person.
Right. Councillor McCauley.
It's money spent regardless. You either pay them to work or you pay them not to work. It's still money spent. I'm not sure where would this money come from? If I want to put a motion forward for this 60,000, where would I say, where does it come from?
We would just increase the operating expense and it would come from tax revenue. There is a surplus generated, and so it would just decrease the amount of surplus that's generated for future capital. This committee is recommending pausing or moving $20 million worth of projects identified in 2026. So that does free up additional money that was going towards projects in 2026.
Would a motion just approving the request for $60,000 for the operating budget be
Yes.
sufficient?
Yes,
Then
it would.
That's the motion I put forward.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. If there's any further discussion. Councillor Lewin.
Sorry, I don't quite understand the motion. What is it again?
Councillor
McCauley, if you could just please restate your
It's
motion.
the motion to approve administration's request for the $60,000 for the funds they requested for the consultants for our request for mid-February.
The 60,000.
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Powell.
I do understand where you're coming from. If we pay people, whatever it is, to sit at home versus pay people to be here at work, it's a better bang for the taxpayer's dollar to be paying someone to work rather than paying someone to sit at home. Whether there's actually a difference in money or not, our taxpayers are paying people to sit at home or paying people to work. I don't understand how that doesn't make sense.
And I guess a good analogy of that would be if you were gonna have a tire changed on your truck and it was cost $50 to have it removed. What you would do is on day number one, you would pay $50. And then the next day you would go back and pay another $50 to have the tire removed. So you paid $100 for a $50 job. Anyways, that's just an analogy. There's no productivity done, so the cost, the work didn't get done, and this is a terrible, this is not a nice discussion, but it's not recognized as a paid day off or legally binded by the province or the federal government. So,
That could be one of the policies that's brought back. Council like prior to September 30th, so that council can make a decision on that day, if you like.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Chair. As much as I would love to argue the value of that particular day and whether that is money saved or spent, we'll leave that for another day. What I would like to do is ask administration at this point if they would have any suggestions as to where within their budget we could possibly find $60,000 so that it's not on the taxpayer to provide the service that council believes, or provide the information that council believes should be provided. Does council have any, or does administration have any suggestions?
Suggestion's already been made. That makes perfect sense to me. This isn't suggesting an additional $60,000 charge to taxpayers. What it's suggesting is there would be $60,000 spent on operations as opposed to put into restricted surplus for future purchase. That is the effect of what Ms. Serhan has suggested. It's not increasing tax revenue by $60,000.
But it's decreasing the surplus that the taxpayers have worked hard to accumulate, whether it's industry or individuals.
And no different than several of the other adjustments to the budget that this committee has agreed to today.
So I will summarize that with there are no suggestions for options other than taking it from existing county funds. Or from surplus. Is that correct?
I would summarize by saying I don't see a need to find $60,000 elsewhere when there are ample surplus funds available. It's a decision to be made by this committee. This isn't an already balanced budget that we're bringing in for an adjustment per se. We always have an increase and a decrease in an adjustment. This is still a draft budget in motion. So I think one-sided adjustment makes perfect sense, but if this committee wants to decrease spending somewhere else by $60,000, that's up to this committee, and I can't make any suggestion as to specifically where to take that from.
Thank you. That was not helpful. There's a motion on the floor.
I'll call the question on that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's passed. Ms. Serhan.
So I think that wraps up all of the items that council wanted to revisit. What will happen next is I will take all of the motions and the adjustments to the draft. We will create a new four-year financial plan for council for December 19th. I will, as suggested by the committee, just have a list of all of the adjustments included with that so that the committee's aware of where the adjustments were made. And once I have a PDF document with all the adjustments in it, that will be forwarded to council. If you wish to have a printed copy of the what I'm assuming will be an approved budget on December 19th, you can just email me and let me know and I'll for sure get you a printed copy.
Sorry,
Yep.
Mr. Hunt.
Yes.
I believe there was one more item.
Oh, sorry.
I overlooked it here, my apologies. Council had wished to put the Nordegg trestle number 2. I believe you even brought it up earlier, that it was in the garage, and I don't believe we discussed that. Sorry, Mr. Hanson.
I'm sorry, that's what I'm here.
Is that still the
Oh,
wish
yes,
of
it
committee
is. It is in
to
there.
discuss that item?
Yeah, so I think what Director Hanson, I'll just maybe let him summarize, but he
Page
had
50.
adjusted the number, and that's why it was in the parking lot, because it does need to be amended from his original budget.
For trestles?
For trestle number 3, I believe that you'd got a second quote, and it was 230,000 less, no?
Yeah, that was just additional information, but the budget reflects what the new.
Oh, sorry.
This is really whether we
Okay,
wanted to
sorry.
spend.
My
No,
misunderstanding.
that's all good.
I
Page 50.
believe it's number two, the middle one that we're speaking to here, isn't it? Correct.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
No, no, don't be sorry.
glad somebody else is keeping track.
Yeah, so just as a little bit of an intro, back to the trestle project, and I appreciate that. I remember we did have a little bit of a discussion about it yesterday, but, so just as a reminder to council, there was 3 trestles that were the old train trestles there that were part of that went into the mine site. We've currently developed 2 of those trestles, which were in the best shape, into pedestrian crossings there. The decision of the previous council was to only make them for pedestrian use only. So there is a series of ATV and walking trails in and around Nordegg there. This was supposed to complement that recreation system. The trestle number 2, as identified in the budget, is estimated at $1,269,000. It's a significant investment for a pedestrian walkway. There's a series of bents, and I'll look forward to showing you guys this trestle there when we get it. It's actually a sight to behold, and we've gone for years wondering what we're actually gonna do with these. You know, what do we, because they're a liability as they sit, do we take them down? You know, because they're turned into a safety hazard, but the girders themselves are rotted right out. The strip deck is completely disintegrated, plus some of the bents are starting to show, which are the big piers, which are starting to show some wear and rot. So this is the cost to rehabilitate that trestle and get a pedestrian walkway across. But there again, it's an amenity for a walking trail. There is a alternative around there. Kind of really would negate the use of the other one, because you would walk that across that other trestle and you would only come up to a non-usable trestle, and then you'd have to backtrack and then go walk around. But it's a walking trail, so very much in the realm of council whether you want to defer this decision until 2027. You know, to be able to get a chance to go do that tour out there, see the recreation network as well as the trestle work that has been done, to see if there's value to this group, or you can move forward with it this year.
Councillor Humphrey.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer this to 2027, when we've had a chance to go out there and have a look at it and be able to make an informed decision.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor McCauley.
Are there risks to the public with this trestle as it currently is?
Not any more risk there has been for the last 20 years.
So deferring it isn't going to hurt anyone?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed.
Thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Proceed, Mr. Edler.
I just was gonna say thank you so much for all your debate and thoughts, and making sure that you're asking questions and giving administration direction on a 2026 work plan, so thank you.
Councillor McKay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, during the day, we have made some significant progress in what I believe is the right direction for what the citizens are wanting this committee and this council to do. And we've seen significant cost savings. That said, there was a decision made this morning regarding the EDO that we received information after we made that decision regarding that office and the services that it provides that I wish were provided beforehand. Is it appropriate to revisit a decision or a motion that this committee made previous in the day?
Mr. Emmons.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess just to further that discussion, maybe there's a motion that this committee could make that would maintain that office at a slightly reduced budget instead of a significantly reduced budget, that would would allow this council to have input with that office and the direction that it's headed, maybe away from its previous direction. I don't know how to word that. It doesn't sit well with me after everything we've seen today that's cut the way it was.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, and thank you, Deputy Reeve McKay. Council always has the right to do a budget adjustment at any given time throughout any point of the year. May I respectfully suggest to this committee to consider leaving the budget as is? Glad to provide the details. 90% of that budget is all existing commitments, contracts, partnerships with the town of Rocky, the Visitor Information Center and things like that. And allow this council time to go through a strategic planning committee. And then I would have the opportunity to redirect the vision of the economic development that would reflect the priorities of this council and go from there. Would that be a consideration for the committee?
Councillor McKay.
For myself personally, that would be considered. I don't know how the rest of the committee feels about it though. So your suggestion is to return to that budget item, reinstate the suggested budget, and then review it after our strategic planning meeting. Is that correct?
It's page 223. Thank you.
I was trying to find it too. Is it like the last page? Yeah, it's the last page.
In essence, yes, Deputy Reeve, but really it was, in that was to allow enough time to apply the new strategic plan as well, respectfully, to get it out there and actually get it working in a manner that reflects the new council and this council's priorities.
Page 223, it's the last page under the planning.
We're in the operating budget.
In the operations plan.
Thank you, CEO Emmons. I'm just wondering how to word a motion if we were to make a motion here. Yeah, I guess, first of all, I would need to make I will make a motion to bring the economic development budget item back to committee for review.
Mr. Emmons.
If I may, if you were considering, it would be a motion to reconsider the
Sorry.
previous motion, then it would allow.
Okay. I will rescind my previous motion. And I will make a motion to reconsider our motion from earlier today regarding the ADO.
Councillor Powell.
So the motion is just to bring this back for official reconsideration.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor to reconsider. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's passed. Jana, do you have the motion available?
So the motion that was made this morning
Yes.
specifically,
Yeah,
that the committee approve a $40,000 budget for the Economic Development Department for the 2026 operating budget.
So the motion on the floor is to reconsider that vote for the $40,000 budget for the Economic Development Department. Councillor McCauley.
I'd like to make the motion that council approve the 2025 budget of $3,399,481 for the EDO.
So there's a motion to reconsider, and we're gonna reconsider the motion that was, if Janet could restate that, and then if that is passed, it would stay as is, or if it was defeated, then you could proceed with another motion.
Okay.
So at this time, if Janet could just repeat that motion that we're reconsidering one more time.
That the committee approve a $40,000 budget for the Economic Development Department for the 2026 operating budget.
2026.
Right, so
So to clarify, we need a motion to reconsider that?
that's already passed. That's passed. We're
Okay,
gonna
I'm-
re-vote on this. We're gonna re-vote on this motion. So if we want to make a further motion, we would, in theory, it would be defeated.
Help me out here. I'm trying to,
So would we have to vote on this motion again, and if it's
Yes.
defeated, then we can make another
That's
motion
correct.
to this line?
okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So Mr. McKay said there was additional information that was brought forward after. Councillor Powell.
What additional information? I'm lost.
Councillor McKay.
That a good portion of this budget is already committed, that the county has committed contract services and to the Discovery Center and that,
To the Discovery Center?
well, it's not just the Discovery Center,
I can. Yeah, I can clarify some of the things within the budget that are covered. So the Cape membership is some, Central Alberta Tourism Alliance. But we also have $45,000 for the Rocky Visitor Information Center that we commit to that David Thompson Country website. It runs that as well. There's a few other things that could probably be, but those are some of the bigger ticket items.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please, go ahead, Councillor Powell.
Just so I know what I'm voting on here. What's the bare minimum you need to operate the economic development budget?
I guess if you want the department to run, we would have to have this, the labor salary, and then some of those items as well. I don't know.
Even just rough. I'm not gonna hold you to it or anything.
300, maybe? We could cut a bunch of stuff. But with those commitments and the salary obligations.
I was just trying to think what a balanced approach would be.
well, and I think Mr. Emmons here.
If it does help this committee, prior to presenting, administration cut $100,000 off of this budget before, from the 2025 to the 2026. Oh, 50? Sorry, I apologize.
55.
I know went through the process and looked for trimming everywhere we could, and it was decreased.
There could be a couple small items, but.
If I may offer it up, as we go through the year, council could definitely talk about, respectfully, building on some of the items this committee brought up prior. You know, the membership for council in Cape comes out of this budget. Typically, your memberships come out of your council budget, but because this one's so specific, it's actually in this budget as well. You know, that would be another area that could be looked at if council didn't see, you know, substantial value to the ratepayers in that. That could be a conversation that comes through the year as well, for further cuts.
Do you have further questions, Councillor McKay?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, is everybody clear on it? Yeah, it would be just staying as is. If it was approved, it would stay as is. If it was defeated, then another motion could be presented with an amended amount. So. Okay, knowing that information as well, I'll support the motion to reconsider, or to reconsider with an additional motion for funding on that organization. So I will call the question. All those in favor? That motion. All those opposed?
We're voting on the original 40,000, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Powell.
I'll make a motion then. That we approve the budget for $250,000 for the economic. Can I make that? Because I mean, if we're held to the town and some things, then what, right?
But if they need,
They-
I guess it can be amended later, but.
I have a question of clarity.
Okay.
Councillor McKay, you brought the motion for reconsideration to be brought back, to be reconsidered. But the motion, it was brought back for reconsideration, and then it was defeated again. I was just wondering about the purpose, if I might have missed something for, if we were gonna,
You didn't want the $40,000 budget, right?
right,
That was the motion to keep the budget at $40,000.
okay,
So it was defeated.
right,
So now, actually, if we wanted to keep the budget without an amendment, there would be no further motion required. Because what's the economic development budget is in the draft would stay. If you want to amend what's in the draft now, then you would need a further motion,
right.
okay?
So I'd almost need to reconsider my vote on that vote. Sorry, it's been a long day.
It was defeated, it was defeated anyway, it was defeated.
It's been a long day. There's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of information, and even just with process.
You're allowed to have that.
Yeah.
We let Mr. Letwin do it, you can have one too.
Okay, because I was.
It's okay.
I was voting to amend it in my mind, so, and I'm thinking, Counselor.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Why is everybody staring at me when I have my hand up?
Things happen. Okay,
So if you want to keep it the same until you can review the service level by that department, then no other motion is required.
right. I intended, just,
Are we good?
it wasn't.
No, I did not make a motion. I don't.
It-
Trying to balance your powers here.
Well, and the whole point is to bring it back for review, right?
Yeah.
And then we can make a more educated decision on what that budget should be.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's correct.
Exactly.
New year.
Yeah.
Is everybody happy?
Okay,
Yes,
thank,
so,
can I say a final thank you? Can I say thank you?
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
there would be one final motion that would be needed to, that the committee recommend the
Oh, yes.
2026
Budget as amended.
budget as amended to council.
Yes, thank you. I'm
So
tired.
I'll call it, Councillor, I just did,
Okay.
It's been a long day.
yeah. I'll call the question, all those in favor.
Thank you.
Motion's carried, and a last motion for adjournment. Councillor Humphrey. Okay, all those in favor? That's passed. Thank you.
For a long week, I guess, you guys had like 4 days in a row.
It has been a long time.